He wants microphone check. 1, 2. He wants 1, 2, 3, 4. This. Oh, okay. Haha, checking. Hey, 1, 2.
Okay, guys. Hello. Good morning, everyone here. Hopefully, you are coming with much more brighter day compared yesterday. Hopefully, yes. And also, hopefully, everyone has already one had their breakfast. I don't know. Is it too early breakfast this time round? I don't think it's too early. I mean, it can be early anyway. All right. So, without further ado, I think we can continue to our first session for the day, which is will be presenting by Mr. Takao Fujiwara. He will be explaining about iBus pre-edit hint for Wayland. So I think without further ado, need to press the button.
Okay.
One. Okay. So without further ado, I think we can continue. Right.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining this session in the early morning. This session is IBUS Wayland development, and I'd like to introduce the Wayland pre-edit later. Okay, so let's start. This is the so today's agenda. Okay, so currently I maintain the IBUS core and IBUS ANSI, and so I worked in federal development, which is almost follows the GNOME schedule, and yeah, so I provide the IBUS features and maintain the IBUS, and so federal provides the ISO image, so you can try that easy. So okay. So this is for federal so homepage, and this provides several images. So one is the federal workstation. This is so default GNOME desktop, and so next is the federal KD. Yeah, this provides a KD desktop. Each so component provides the ISO image, so you can get the each image, and so you can run the weather easy. Okay. Okay. So also so this is the current federal schedule. So federal also normally provides the beta schedule and the final so general availability. So basically we can provide the beta images for the testing. So so we appreciate to join the federal beta release, and so normally so if in that time you can find any bugs, we will consider to fix the bugs before the federal GA. Okay. And so I'd like to introduce the Fedora development at little. So this is easy development. At first, you can install the RPM build with DNF command. So DNF command is compatible with the old YUM command. So currently the DNF command is used. And so the next line, the DNF download, this is, you can download the source RPM file. So basically we use the RPM file for the development. And so next is install the source RPM with the RPM command. Then normally that the so SRPM source RPM file is expanded to the home directory, and so you can move the specs directory, and then so you can build the spec file with RPM build command. Before you do that, you can run this special command, DNF build depend command, which can pass the spec file, and you can install the necessary development RPM package with the network. And then you can just run the RPM command. Probably you know that you know the RPM command. So the hyphen no calling is to keep the build files. So after that build, you can move the build directory and debugging the package. So and the opt flag is build flags. So for example, I was using the C compiler. This is sent to the C, so -G and optimize the option. And I'd like to also introduce the Fedora upgrade, which is also easy. So at first, you need to update the current package with the latest with that refresh upgrade command. And then the next is so necessary RPM files are downloaded with the specified Fedora version. This is for example release version 43. So current Fedora is current stable Fedora is 43. After all the RPMs are downloaded, so you can run the DNF offline reboot, and then so after the reboot the system, so necessary RPMs are installed automatically. So this is also easy upgrade. Okay, so then I'd like to bring back the IVAS. Currently, so the Fedora default desktop is GNOME Wayland, and so IVAS demo and GNOME shell communicate with so Wayland text input protocol. So IBUS engine is each so language engines. So Japanese input method, Chinese input method, and IBUS demo is so entry point. And so GNOME shell communicate with IBUS daemon directly with Wayland text input protocol. Currently, so GNOME shell uses version 3 protocol. And so GNOME shell and GTK communicate with special Wayland GTK protocol. Next is KD Wayland. So so IBUS and KD communicate via so Wayland input method version 1 protocol. This is input method protocol. So GNOME uses a text input protocol. So basically, so IBUS daemon and IBUS panel communicate with the IBUS dbus method. And so currently, IBUS panel and the IBUS Wayland feature is consolidated. And this component to communicate with KD so Wayland communicate with the input method to version 1 protocol. Next is so another Wayland desktop component which communicate with most so Wayland input method to version 2 protocol. So unfortunately, the version 2 protocol is not the official protocol. This is not registered in the Wayland upstream. And so IBUS communicate with the input method protocol version 2. And there are several desktop configuration exist. And okay, so IBUS homepage provides each component setup configuration. So for example, so Sway desktop. So first, the first line is for the Fedora specific. So you can run the DNF command and install the necessary package. And the next lines are so Sway configuration. Currently, so IBUS provides IBUS start command to run the Wayland IBUS modules. So IBUS entry point is the IBUS daemon. So previously we can run the IBUS daemon directly, but KD Wayland have the so specific configuration which uses a desktop file to invoke the input method component. The invoke component need to be panel component which provides Wayland surface to communicate with KD compositor. And unfortunately, the child process cannot send the Wayland surface. So currently, we run the IBUS panel at first in the KD Wayland to communicate to the KD Wayland. But the IBUS panel module doesn't provide the user command like user bin. So currently we IBUS provides the IBUS start command which runs the IBUS panel internally. I think so. When the KD component will migrate to the next input method protocol version, then probably IBUS can bring back the entry point IBUS demo again. I probably I will consider how to invoke the IBUS component again. In the Wayland input method protocol version 2, users can run the input method component anytime without any specific configuration like KD desktop file. The current problem will be resolved with the feature in the future input method protocols. And so input method version 1, input method version 1 and text input version 1 protocol provides the preset color. But unfortunately, the spec was deleted in the next protocol. Currently, GNOME uses the text input protocol version 3. Unfortunately, currently we do not support the preset color in the GNOME Wayland. And so we are discussing the next protocol to bring back the preset color. And then so currently IBUS uses the preset and candidate colors with the RGB colors. And so IBUS specifies the colors for the preset colors. But desktop asks to define the color by each desktop. So the next proposal is to use the semantics, so enum values instead of the RGB colors. Okay. So, we compiled the current. So, I was in each IBus engine specs, and so each engine so prefers each colors. So, for example, spell check error color. Then so current so our proposal semantic cases. So for example, so predicate whole means so which indicates the holes predicate. So IBus uses the so underline so to distinguish the so committed strings. And so also the selection colors, which is activated so conversion segment. And also we suggested several cases. Then so this is so so text input version 1. So predict semantics. There are several so cases for the predict, and so we'd like to bring back those settings. This is discussing the so next text input version 3.2. So there are so several semantic values exist. So we hope they are implemented. And yeah, currently, so there are some branches to in the GNOME component. And so this is the next input method protocol version 3. This also have the set predict style API. Okay. So yeah, I introduce. So currently, so desktop team is desktop teams are developing the so next protocols. And so IBus also provides the so new API to use the semantic values. Input method protocol version 1 already implements the predict color So I'd like to show the demo at a little. Hmm. Sorry. This is also KD Plasma desktop with the default desktop theme. So for example, so this is KD selection colors. Light blue color, which is active predicted colors, and this is so KD settings. Okay, so run the system settings and choose so appearance and style, and go to the colors and theme, and go to colors. So basically, so default KD theme have the same selection activate color. They are light blue. So I installed the third party's theme, which shows light purple color. Let's select this theme. Now, so this selection color is changed. This is now the plate color follows the desktop colors. So we are thinking to implement that features to the next Wayland protocol. Okay. Okay, thank you. So, IBUS provides several bug report and discussion point. The first item is IBUS upstream issues. So you can report the bug report. And the next is the downstream, so Red Hat Fedora and Red Hat Enterprise Linux, so bug report system, Bugzilla Red Hat. And so recently I also track the discussion Fedora. So if you put the input method related questions, probably, yeah, so I can answer that question. Yeah, I know the GNOME also provides so this discussion. So GNOME discussion is too many. So so it's hardly to track the every question. So if I notice the question, I can try to answer the questions in the GNOME upstream. But yeah, there are too many questions. And so last two items are so chat URL, IBAS matrix, and the so I-18 Federal Project. So, so personally, I think that so chat is not so useful. It so depend on the so each time zone. So for example, one put the question, but I'm out of the working, and for example I'm sleeping. Next day, yeah, so I noticed that question, but the original question people is already log out. So the so so basically, so I think the so bug report or so discussion page is useful for me. So this is my presentation. Thank you for this. That's it. Thank you. So do you have any questions or suggestions?
Any questions?
Sorry. This is so
I have a question. Text input v3.2 is already released.
I don't think so. Currently, the status is not merged yet. This is still small.
Already merged.
This is still open status.
I was I don't understand how to support text input. Text input IBAS support text input v3 and v3 v3.2 both same time.
Yeah. So actually, so yes. So currently, GNOME uses a text input protocol. Then so IBAS and GNOME communicate with the so text input protocol. So this is the API. So IBAS input method protocol set formal, which can switch the RGB value or semantics value. And then, so IBAS put the so RGB values or semantics values, and also so other Wayland desktop communicate with the so compositor and IBAS panel, and which is a panel service API, which which switches so RGB values or semantics values. And so if for example, if GNOME migrate to the text input protocol 3.2, and then so GNOME can use the first API, and so other Wayland desktop when they migrate to the input method protocol version 3, and then they can actually so I was specified this API, and so then so text input protocol actually uses the the input method protocol provides API, and actually this is enum value is text input protocol color. So, so input method API uses text input protocol specs, and then the actually values are defined in the text input protocol. So, so once so each desktop migrate to the new input method protocol, then they should use the new text input protocol also, and then the input method, the new input method API is available.
If my environment support created colors on GNOME, this require GTK support text. GTK migrated text input protocol v3.2, and I was support this your suggested API, and GTK calls this API.
Yeah, actually, so GNOME shell changed that API.
GNOME shell?
Yes. So GNOME shell and GTK uses so GTK Wayland protocol. So they uses the so private API. So input method doesn't mind that communications. So GNOME shell need to change that style. And then so GNOME shell and IBAS communicate with so new semantics values.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
I feel like also the underlining is for the pre-edit is also quite crucial. And sometimes the color can be problematic in some contexts and so on. So anyway, just a comment.
Which problem do you mean?
No, I mean that in some ways just having underlining, different styles of underlining would solve like 80% of the current problems, I think.
Yeah, so currently each engine can define the so predicted style with their sort. For example, some engines wish to use the so double underline. So some input methods uses a single underline. But so these once we use the semantic format, we can just send the so whole semantics, and so each desktop decides how to draw the whole predicted. I think so. Most desktop will use the single line only. So there are some differences between the new format and the previous RGB-based settings, and so we discuss each input method maintenance. Yeah, probably, yeah. So I hope the current proposal will be accepted by the each input method maintenance.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we can take a short break up to 11:10, and then we will be back with a workshop by Sami on sustaining and growing open source communities. So I'll see you all in 15 minutes. Okay, welcome back. We are starting a little bit early. Next, we have a workshop by Sammy on sustaining and growing open source communities. So, over to you, Sammy.
Organize the conference, join the conference to engaging the people. So I think the open source community should also engage people. For example, developers who are not involved in open source. So when you start, so if you organize an open source project, organize an open source community, so sometimes you will communicate, you will meet with some people who are not familiar to the open source. So it's a good opportunity for your projects, for your community to reach out. And sometimes you will meet some just like end user or government officers or some funders. So they are maybe they are not familiar to open source principle as well. So this that's a good opportunity for the open source community and projects to sustain and also govern as well. So I submit a proposal about this workshop to focus on how to sustain and govern the open source community. So in this hybrid workshop, so we will use a ND. So this QR code is always shown on my slide. So no worry, but you can also scan this QR code as well now. So it is a collaborate platform, so we can collaborate document together using Markdown. So it's a very simple text format. So this hybrid workshop. So we have participants in at the volume and also the online to participate on the YouTube as well I saw is about more than 10 people watching over on the YouTube. So even with you watching on the YouTube, you can also scan the QR code to tell us your idea as well. So I also carry the workshop online survey before this workshop. So this workshop is target open source developers, contributors, community, and events organizers. And even with you are general participants, you are just sit in or you just join these sessions on YouTube. You can also participate. So don't worry about that. So you can explore how open source can change the game. So in this 60 minutes or less than 60 minutes, we will cover share insight about community you are involving, discuss its pain points, and explore potential solutions with through the group conversations. And I will also add a short presentation about the sustainable and growing the open source community as well. So we will warm up by slide 2. So we will have 3 questions for all of you to have a warm up, and then we have a group discussion about the specific community as a case study. So we can fall into 2 to 3 groups with 3 to 4 people in one group. So we will we will list out what's the pain points in the at the open source community you are involving, and then explore when the potential solution as well. So and then so you can collaborate and improve your pain points and potential solutions on the ND. So at the end of after the group discussions, we will so I will have one up of the discussions today, and also the key insight of the today workshop. So we will have a warm up. So please scan this QR code. So I will wait for 1 minute. So which country you are coming from? So if you scan the QR code, so you can type your country you're coming. So you are coming from. So I saw many participants come from Japan. Welcome, and also we also have some participants from the Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore as well. And also I also saw we have participants from the United States and also from Hong Kong. Okay, so we go to next questions now. So name the open source project you are mostly involved in or used in last 2 years in 2024 to 2025. So which open source project you are mostly involved in or used in last 1 to 2 years? So Ubuntu. I'm also a Ubuntu user. Fedora, Debian. Oh, there's a different kind of Linux distributions here. Whoa, more are coming. So we saw Fedora, KDE, IBIS, Steam, Apache, OBS Studio, Bootstrap, Bootstrap, Mastodon. Oh, and Scat as well. OBS Studio. Okay, so I think it's over 1 minute in this question. So we have a lot of people who are using the GNOME and also Ubuntu, Fedora, Inkscape, and Debian as well. So I think that we are good to discuss the as community at the group discussions. So the last question is, what are your roles and benefits in the open source community in last 2 years? So it's a multiple choice, so you can choose more than one answer. Yeah. So are you users? Are you contributors? Are you the advocate or promoter? Are you developer? You are US designer, educator or trainers, paid staff or employee or contractor of open source company or some company who provide your salary to you to work for open source. So are you volunteer or sponsor or donator? So you can choose, I think, up to 3 options here. So with your community organizer, you can choose contributors. So we will wait for 1 minute. Okay, so time's up. So I see many of you users and 2/3 of the participants is also a contributor and developers. So you can see that volunteer is more than paid staff. I think. Yeah, it's more than paid staff or employee, and very less of sponsor donators. Yeah. Yeah. So you can see the distributions of the roles and benefits in the open source community. So, okay. So after the warm-up, so I would like to have show some case about the challenge of the sustaining the open source community. So in August this year, so Python Software Foundation posed on the grant program for the they say that they would like to ensure the sustainability of the program and also the foundation as well. So you can see that nowadays is more challenge on the sustaining the open source community. So so this why they hope they put a hold on the their grants project to affect the grant applications about the travel and also the Python event as well. So in the GNOME Foundations, with you knows that we have at least we have 3 executive director, but the latest one is also leaving this year after he is 4 months being the ED. So I'm not sure, but I think that maybe another one of the ED recruitment may be coming soon. So also according to the report last month, so we also saw that at the budget next year from the 2025 to 2026. So the income and the expenditure are also reducing from the last year budget. So and also we accept that we also we allows that our long-term staff, Mosena Yun also departure last month, I think. Yeah. So I meet Mosena for many times at the GNOME.Asia Summit, but not happened this year. So you can see that is a lot of challenge in this few years after the COVID-19. So what are the some of the challenges in the sustaining open source community? So for example, burnout among the maintainers. So it always depends on the volunteers. So it's only less than 10% of paid staff, but more than 90% are non-paid volunteer. So it's difficult to, this one of the challenges to submitting the open source community. So it also have funding gaps as well. So sometimes it's a layoff of resources for the infrastructure for the project. It's a layoff resources for the event as well. So sometimes we will have the governance issues, just like the conflicts or lack of the clean rules in the community. So it's also one of the challenges in sustaining the open source community. So sometimes we will have some contributor drop off as well, because maybe new contributor come to the open source community, so maybe they don't have they don't know how to onboard on the converting to the open source project, to the open source community. So they don't know how to help the community, and also sometimes maybe have some technical barrier as well. So how we can help the new contributor to involve more to our open source community. So also many projects will fail due to the unsustainable workload as well. So that's the challenge of the sustaining open source community. So I also list out some of the examples as well, just like we are lay off new and young contributors and users as well, and men to female ratio as well. So and also we have some financial sustainability, which whether the community or project can sustainable for at least 2 to 3 years, and contributions. Some of the community reducing their contributors and contributions as well. And so that's focus area are also covered in my survey before the workshop as well. Yeah. So in next 20 minutes, so I would like to form some discussion scope. So I prefer 3 to 4 persons in a group, but it's not a hard limit. And if you would like to just stay alone, you can stay alone as well. So if you discuss a specific committee, so you can solve your committee. So just like if you would like to discuss GNOME, so I would like to discuss something happens in the GNOME committee, so you can raise your hand. Oh, I would like to discuss GNOME committees. If you like to discuss Ubuntu community, Japan user group, so you can raise your hand and find someone to join your discussions. So I would like to start the this group forming. So we have 2 minutes to do this one. So you can also talk with someone nearby and say hello to them and tell so your names and your community, and so to do some networking now. And with you form, form a small group as well, so you can start your discussion. So don't need to wait for anymore. So you can discuss one of the community. And first, you can list out one to three pain points, and then explore any potential solutions to solve the pain points, and then put your pain points and potential solutions in these 20 minutes to the handy. You can scan this QR code to input your pain points and solutions. So with you join on the YouTube, so you can also scan this QR code and list out the pain points and potential solutions in your community. So we will still have 14 minutes left for the group discussions, and we will end the group discussion at the 11:50. Thank you. So we have 9 minutes left. So if you have some pain points and potential solutions, you can put it on the handy. And also if you if you are joined on YouTube, so you can also your pain points or solutions on the handy as well. So for the participants without any groups or join online, so you can put it on the general pain points and general potential solution as well. Thank you. Okay, last 2 minutes. So I saw one group is discussing the Gulong community. So with some of you would like to give 2 minutes presentations to tell us your pain points and potential solutions. Please put the presenter names on the group presenter. So let me know. So I will give you 2 minutes. Yeah. Uh, so uh, so for the group to discuss the Gulong committee, if you have someone you can who are willing to give us 2 minutes presentations, so you can go to the stage and tell us now.
Would anyone like to present? Okay, we have some things I think on HackMD, and I think we need a few more minutes, Sammy.
Oh, this is okay now. So I saw that the OSPN Japan community is also, since you guys finished the typing. Yeah.
I think they're going to add a little more like solutions to it. So they're discussing solutions right now. So
Okay.
maybe 5 more minutes. I think we started early, so we have like 15 minutes left.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. That's good.
Okay. Okay. Is it fine if we move forward with the next part of the workshop? Okay. Perfect. So, Sami, we have everything written down by the group now.
Okay. Thank you. So the first group discussing the GNOME community. So anyone from this group would like to give us a piece, 1 to 2 minutes, 1 to 2 minutes presentations about the pain points and solutions.
Would you?
I can.
It's on.
Okay, Sammy, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Alright, so my name is Shazwan. I'm representing for my group member Nishi, Takayuki, and also Umul. We are discussing about more on genome local community. And it's not genome as a whole, but more focus on local community. So what we are discussing actually, most of the pain point that we are focusing is on approval requests among community or board member are quite slow. Okay, so this is basically raised by Nishi because he did some what is it called? Yeah, extension. Yeah, extension. GNOME extension. But the feedback that he received for his project is, he can say slow, and also not.
Sorry, this I sent some merge request for GNOME, but no reviewer review my merge request, so I don't know what to do. I can so.
Yeah, and then also for translator like me, and also Mr. Takayuki, he's also he's the GNOME Japanese translator coordinator. So to get support or to get feedback on translation, and also is it Mr. Takayuki, is it looking for a translator is quite high, is it?
I filed a request to take my position as a Japanese language team coordinator to young people, but not yet response arrived.
And it goes same with me in Malaysia. We kind of like lacking not just manpower, but the true, I mean, the person that understand the word correctly, because sometimes translation can be tricky. Some word cannot, you can translate it directly, but it's not mean the same. So we need some linguist back person that will improve our translation. So okay, so for the point one, what we think the best solution is so for the approval request, and also looking for member. So one thing is actually we probably need more information. Probably we can share, or need information about the structure about community, because sometimes we are unclear. Yes, like for example, if we post requests in GitLab, we just post it and wait. We don't know who to refer, who to get help, and for Nishi issue also, he kind of like didn't know which person or channel can help improve his feedback on his in his project. And also for the translation, focusing on translation, probably we need space to host a static project, because not all people use GitLab to submit or to update our translation, and also we think that schedule the community line. I mean, for if we can make a time that the community member can spend reviewing and also giving feedback to contributors, probably we can work on that comment and respond. And also pain point number 2 for the translation team, the space for host static page, because not all people are using GitLab. So this is actually point number 2, because translation, like me and Mr. Takayuki, we mainly using we are not using GitLab. GitLab is basically I can say a place to share or to update our translation, but then, and also we got no place to put information about the team itself. That's why Mr. Takayuki enhance on getting space to host static page. Why? Because people are not local people do not know this team exists, and also they don't know who is the coordinator. So people just submit it just like that without knowing who to refer with. Either knew the translation percentage, or probably knew on what to review or what to double check. So so that's I think that's the point, potential solution. If you can check on point 3 and point 4, that is we think the solution. So one is probably best is recruit programmer to make a static website, so that we if we are focusing on GitLab, most of people are not I mean, including myself, I don't know how to do a static page in GitLab. So probably we can get our community programmers that could help us to do that static page. And also this one, the number 4, make a link aggregator and redirect page. This is basically a just a link in probably in directory, in our main website directory. So if they want to know more about for example Japanese Japanese translation team, so they can just get link from the page rather than looking through GitLab or anywhere else. So just make a directory link within the GNOME team GNOME website page. And also I mean currently for GNOME JP, they point their domain to Blue Sky, and also for Malaysia team we point it back to GNOME page, because we got don't know where to put, because so and that's also another point also, because we got no space, but reason why we don't think we not necessary to get page, because people didn't go to the website. So probably making link can get those kind of traffic inside. And for hosting, probably we can look for sponsor, because like Mr. Takayuki said, that we can look for sponsor that can host the website, but we cannot get the traffic to go from GNOME project team to the translation team. So I think okay, is it okay?
Okay.
All right. So I think that's from our team.
So so anyone with an OSPN committee to present?
Sammy, long time no see. How are we? My name is Masumi. A long time no see. Can you hear me? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Son?
Yes. Good to see you. Good to see you. So yeah. Come here. こっち.
Yeah, hi.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Okay. Okay. So I just talking to the camera. Sorry. Sorry for attending this. We just discussed the open source people network and one of the biggest open source community in Japan. And we discussed the issue is it is only the issue in each committee and age issue is how to welcome the newbie, especially in the younger. In the Japanese community. Japanese community is very similar to the American community, and the organizer is very, very old. So hard, and it is something harder to enter a younger newbie and to enter the open source community. and more, it is another issue specifically with Japan. So, Japanese community is and live down in in local. That means once foreigners, especially something like a new project in open source introduced in the Japanese community, but they don't have any idea how to spread the word in Japan. So some people ask us to Japanese community so how to spread the word, but we don't have the biggest conference in the one city, and we hold open source event called Open Source Conference, will be held in Tokyo, Osaka, Nagoya, now held in Hiroshima and Fukuoka, and not only biggest city but also small city, because it nails down the local. And so we some the newbies, especially the foreigners, feel difficulty to how to spread the word with the Japanese community and the issue, and more so. And I think the difference is such the foreigner community, especially the Asian community, is and almost member is old, like almost. And personally, so many cannot believe that the ages of the community members mainly is over 40 years old. In Asian, I'm very jealous to, especially the Korean community is very younger, and in average is for years is 20 or 30 years old. Yeah, I'm very jealous because the young is very much power and to lead up as a community. So we need to welcome younger, but we Japanese community members is very much old, so feel difficulty to join in Japanese community. That's the issue. So potential potential solution too much difficult. So we have been trying to welcome the younger. And for example, in my Raspberry Pi community, we dare to the more welcome to the youngest, especially I checking it and looking at the age range is 20 or 30 years old, and because older is very have very much good skill and which is good level, but isn't almost younger is non-level. So that's caused feel difficulty joining the community. So I dare more welcome to the younger to join the community. But the other Japanese community may do that. That's all my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Otterson. So give me 3 more minutes to wind up these sessions. So I would like to share some potential solutions to help the growing the open source community. So I read article on the Linux Weekly News in last 2 months. about how to attracting and retaining the Debian contributor in the Pacific. So actually, this presentation is coming from the mini Debian conf. So the speaker shared that the younger people, the Gen Z in Pacific, use Telegram instead of other communications. So they are not expecting them to leave in Telegram to use IRC or Matrix. So they use Telegram channel to communicate with the younger people. Also, the Gen Z is not interested to lengthy video, so they create some short videos to just like 3 to 4 minutes to explaining the basic packaging concept as FAQ to attract the Gen Z young people to become Debian contributors. Also, documentation for newcomers is often missing or spent one and only in English. So they create a wiki for the Debian Betsy in local language. So about the sustaining and growing the open source community, so I go to the some strategy for the sustaining community. So for the finance, so sometimes some open source project using to contacting some foundation or finding some government funding, just like GNOME project have also granted by the STF funding in Germany, so they can support the some maintainers to sustain the open source project, sustain the GNOME project. So also so it's not only about the coding. So sometimes we also emphasize the long coding contributions as well, just like documentations, design, something like that. Also, sometimes we also need to build a good governance policy as well, just like clear codes of conduct, have a mentorship program. Also, invest some tools as well, just like to share service to reduce the cost amongst the open source projects, and also have some long-term planning as well. So about the golfing community, so some strategy may be considered, just like outreach, inclusive, just like mentorship, and also how they can access the entry points, and also through the events and engagement, just like conference, office hours, and webinar, and some onboarding procedure as well, just like you can have onboarding documentation or some onboarding tasks for the new contributors. Also, you have set up some matrix for the goal as well, just like to track the contributions, user adaptations, and community health as well. So we already have some summary from the today's workshop, and I will also summarize today's workshop on my blog, savvyphone.com as well. So you can also contact me on the savvy@savvy.sk through the emails, and also you can find my social network on my blog as well. So thanks for your joining, and hope you enjoy your lunch, and also you can discuss with each other in the lunch as well. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you so much, Sammy, and thank you everyone for participating. Now we have lunch break. Okay, welcome back everyone from the break. We have our next talk, which is Bridging HCI and GNOME HIG. And the talk is going to start soon. Soon? Yeah.
When you plan to go to start?
Sorry?
When you plan to go to start? 110, sorry. Sorry, I forward.
No, that's okay.
I give you this.
I'm Sepe, and today I want to talk about the field of human-computer interaction and how it can be applied to software engineering. But before that, a little bit about me. I'm a software engineer who really likes open source projects and communities. I've contributed to PIP, and now I'm a member of PyPA. And I've made Circle, which is on its way to join GNOME Circle, and I'm also a maintainer of Drum Machine, which is already a part of GNOME Circle. That's enough about me. Now, what is HCI? Human-computer interaction, or HCI for short, is a multidisciplinary field that focuses on building simple and intuitive interfaces that are understandable for humans based on their psychology and behavior. It isn't just about making more complex and fancy interfaces that are more and more confusing for humans. It's about making the technology less intimidating, more understandable, and easier to access. HCI stands on four core pillars. First, we have design. Design is everything that the user sees, touches, and feels, including visuals and layouts. A good design guides your eye. It doesn't confuse you. Think of it like an arranged desk, where you can easily access anything with little to no effort. Then we have interaction patterns. Interaction patterns are reusable solutions to common interface problems. For example, you do not need to reinvent a notification panel or a navigation bar every time you want to use it. You just use what people before you created. If everybody tried to reinvent a scroll bar, we would see a very huge inconsistency between the interfaces we work with day to day. Then we have usability. Usability is all about how effectively and easily a user can accomplish a task with that interface. For example, in a good interface, in a good and usable interface, a user can easily learn it, easily recover from their mistakes, and finish their job effectively. There are also some very funny examples of bad interfaces in this area. For example, if you look at the bad UI battle subreddit, where programmers challenge each other to make the worst UIs possible, you can just find a birthday picker entry where you have to push two buttons until the interface gets it correctly. Then we have an age verification panel where you have to literally wait 18 years before being able to verify your age because the interface doesn't trust you. These are funny examples, but they show how a bad interface can make your life harder. Then we have accessibility. Accessibility is all about how inclusive the interface is. Whether people with difficulties or disabilities can also use your interface as easily as the people without those difficulties. For example, in GNOME, we have Orca, which is a screen reader. And we also have high contrast mode, which allows people with vision difficulties to easily navigate through the interface. These are all examples of how GNOME tries to make its interface and its UI more accessible to other people. So, why should we even care about HCI? I think the main reason is that HCI, or your user interface, affects the user's emotions. For example, in a good design, users will really like your interface. They want to spend a lot of time in it. It will catch their eye just even because of how good the UI was done. And you will get higher user satisfaction, more downloads, and more gains for your app. So it's a win-win. But in a bad design, where if a user doesn't really need your app, they would literally uninstall it within 5 seconds, or if they really need it, if you just made their life 10 times harder, you will get a lot of lower user satisfaction, less downloads, and less reputation for your app. It's a very unfortunate thing that happens if you don't spend just a little bit effort into your app's design. So, if I've convinced you now that you should indeed apply HCI into your apps, how should you even do it? How should you start applying it? Through HIGs. Human Interface Guidelines, or HIG for short, are a set of rules that tell developers how they should build their app, how they should design their app, so that it will feel more consistent and user-friendly in that software environment. For example, GNOME has its own software HIG. KDE has its own software HIG. Elementary OS, Apple, and Android all have their own specific HIG that tell developers how to create a user-friendly UI. How are HCI and HIG been related? You can think of HCI as the theory behind the scenes and HIG as the practical rules that allow you to apply HCI directly into your app, because HCI is more of an abstract theory. It interlaces with human psychology, cognitive sciences, and etc. So you cannot 100% directly convert it into lessons for your app. You have to use a medium, something here like an HIG. So let's look at GNOME's HIG in a bit more detail. GNOME's HIG has first design principles, which is the HCI in HCI and HIG. It's more of a philosophy or the very main principles of app designing. But there are some takeaways that you can have from it. For example, simplicity. Your app should do one thing and do it well. Design for people. Your app should be designed for the needs of the people, not just the needs of you, so you have to always take people in mind. Then we have reducing user effort, so that if a complexity can stay out of the user's way, it should. If something can be summarized, it should. This allows the interface to work as effectively as possible. Then being considerate. Your app should allow the user to recover from their mistakes and while doing so, prevent harm to their data and computer. Then we have guidelines. Guidelines, which are a practical set of rules that let you apply design principles. This is kind of like the HIG in HCI and HIG. GNOME covers this in a lot of categories. Let's look at a few of these in a bit more detail. For example, in app naming, your app shouldn't be longer than 15 characters. It should be easily pronounceable and shouldn't use weird word combinations. It also should be related to the app's functionality. Also, it shouldn't be from inside jokes or anything like that. Then we have pointer and touch. In pointer and touch, you should be mindful of different users' different keyboard layouts. So you shouldn't use a very specific keyboard key or a very specific keyboard shortcut that wouldn't be available on other keyboard layouts and keyboard designs, therefore hindering the user's ability to use your interface. Then we have app icons. The app icons first should have a metaphor. This metaphor should be directly connected with the app's functionality. Also, your app icon doesn't need to be complex or very abstract. It can be simple. As said in GNOME's HIG, it can be made out of very basic shapes. So you do not need to get very, too creative here. Then we have perspective. Your app icon shouldn't be flat. It should have a front to it, a top and a front, which by combining these two, you get a kind of a 3D shape thing. So that you get a more GNOME-ish icon design. Then we have scaling and adaptiveness. This here means that your app should be accessible and interactable in the smallest screen size possible that is supported by GNOME. A good way to implement this into your app is to start in the smallest screen size and then work your way up to the biggest screen size. This is very important because when I didn't do this, because I didn't read GNOME's HIG fully, in my own case, when I was creating my Sudoku app, I started in the biggest screen size, and when I wanted to shrink it down and go to smaller screen sizes, I had a lot of headache just because of that. So this is very important. Then we have patterns. Patterns, like interaction patterns, are reusable solutions to common interface problems. GNOME covers this in 4 different categories: containers, containers, controls, navigation, and feedback. So for example, in containers, which are the main UI building blocks, we have windows, utility panes, header bars, box lists, and etc. Let's look at one of these in a bit more detail. For example, in popovers, which is a type of container which can hold a variety of UI elements, GNOME's HIG gives very specific guidelines on how you should use it, where you should use it, how you shouldn't use it, what you shouldn't include in it, what you should include in it, and etc. You can read it if you want to get more detail on how to use popovers. Then we have navigation. Navigation, which is the structure of an app, has 5 different categories. It has things like browsing, view switchers, search, and etc. Let's look at view switchers here as an example. GNOME.Asia states that if you want to use view switchers, your use case should be 3 to 4 views. If you want to use more, you probably have to use a sidebar. Also, your view names should be capitalized. This is just a small example of how GNOME.Asia explicitly tells its developers how and where they should use each of its components. Then we have controls. Controls, which are the most basic interactive UI elements, have a lot of categories like buttons, checkboxes, spin buttons, and etc. Let's look at overlaid controls here. Overlaid controls, which are mostly opaque and permanently visible, are mostly used in video players. If GNOME.Asia explicitly states where you should use it and when it should be semi-transparent, when it should be opaque, when it should be hidden, when it should be visible, and etc. You can look at it if you want more detail about it again. Then we have feedback. Feedback is mostly about giving the user information or prompting them for a response. Let's look at progress bars here as an example. Progress bars, unlike spinners, indicate that the proportion of the task has been finished. It is really good if the percentage of it is estimated correctly. But if it's overestimated, you can use words like almost there to, like freezing at 100% and then using words like almost there to indicate that still a part of work has not been finished. If you're underestimating, it's better to skip ahead some parts of the progress. Then we have tools and resources. These are a set of tools that GNOME provides its developers with so that they can apply SHIG in the best way possible. For example, we have color palette, which allows easy access to GNOME's standard color palette. Then we have symbolic icon preview and app icon preview, which are icon tester assisted apps that let designers test their app icon in different contexts and sizes. Then we have icon library, which allows access to GNOME's standard icon set. Then we have reference. Reference is where GNOME provides us with its standard design material. For example, keyboard shortcuts, color palette, and backgrounds. For example, in keyboard shortcuts, Ctrl W or Ctrl Q will always close your app. F9 would open the side pane, and F10 would open the hamburger menu. Also in color palettes, there are a set of colors that are used in your app icon or in illustrations. Again, this is just to create a consistent design between all the apps. Also, we have backgrounds, which you can use as placeholders and etc. So, now that we know about GNOME.Asia, how can we see real-world examples of it? How can we see some apps that have done this correctly, in the right way? You can take a good and close look at GNOME Circle, because apps that want to get into here have to be rigorously reviewed. They first have a general app criteria, which has general quality, maintenance, like evidence of recent development activity, being careful about inflicting harm like data loss on users, like I said, being considerate. Technology, you should use PTK4, libad beta, design, etc. Then, after all of these, which has a lot of sections, this is just general app criteria, we have circle app criteria. It should be available on FlatHub, no GNOME branding, app ID should be valid, it should also fulfill the general app criteria, and after all of these, cross reviews and everything, your app finally can get into GNOME Circle. Take Drum Machine, which my friend Alireza, also known as Revisto, made. He wanted to get into GNOME Circle, and he was ready to go through all of those rigorous review cycles. Here's how his app looked in the first place. It really didn't look that bad, but there were so many issues. The design wasn't consistent with GNOME.Asia, the texts were problematic, there were some accessibility issues, it wasn't adaptive on small screens, and etc. So he submitted his app and went through multiple review cycles. But with each cycle, his app got better and better. More accessible, more adaptive on small screens, the texts, the buttons, the sidebars, the header bars and everything looked so much more GNOME-ish, just with every single one of these preview cycles. And after all of these, he was finally able to get it into GNOME Circle. And just because of how good these review cycles were, he was able to vastly improve his UI and get a ton of downloads. He now has more than 27,000 installs on FlatHub. You know, so many people might not even like producing music, but they might give this thing a try because the interface looks really cool. Me included, I didn't give this thing a try, give this app a try, because I like producing music or something. I just wanted to test it out and see what it has to offer because the UI looks so cool. And inspired by success, I decided to create my own Sudoku app because I wasn't very pleased with the current default one that was available on every GNOME platform. So I started working on this with the help of Alreza, and he really helped me avoid a lot of the pitfalls he faced. We fixed the screen reader compatibilities, UI problems, icon problems, and etc. As you can see, the UI on your left is really not that bad. It's actually fun. But the UI on the left is much more welcoming and more HIG compliant. The same about the icon. The icon is really off the rails here because it seriously wasn't GNOME-ish. As we previously discussed, it should not have been flat, and the UI on the right is much, much better. And then I submitted my app through Circle, but we still had so many issues because maybe the icon wasn't very HIG compliant, the main app icon wasn't very HIG compliant, the header bar had some issues, and etc. Also, there were some issues raised that when they were using the standard font, the standard font, which is as beta sans, the numbers would glitch out, that I had to fix that. Also, the app wasn't very adaptive on small screens, something that I had to fix. And just because of how good the UI now looks, I was able to get more than 7,000 installs. Again, this is just a Sudoku app. It isn't something new or something groundbreaking. It's just a Sudoku app. But I got so many reviews and so many feedback by people saying that they just wanted to give this thing a try because the UI looked cozy, the UI looked welcoming and warm. And you can see the final product here. And also this hasn't finished yet. There is a lot of work yet to be done because there's cross review. Also, the main reviewer Tobias wanted to give this thing another review by reviewing the final checklist. So this hasn't even finished yet, but this already looks a lot better. So I think a good takeaway you can have from this is that you don't really need to be an experienced HCI researcher just to create a good and welcoming interface that people will actually enjoy and use extensively. You just need to keep the people in mind and follow the HIG of the software environment you're building your app for. These two combined will vastly improve your UI. Creating a good UI really isn't that hard. I hope that you have enjoyed this presentation and you have learned something from it. If you want to contact me, here's my email address, my GitHub, and my Mastodon. I would really appreciate any questions that you might have on this topic, and I hope that you have a great day.
Okay, thank you so much. We have our next talk, which is Code Alone Isn't Enough by Aditya Singh. Over to you, Aditya.
Hello everyone, I hope I'm audible, right?
Adela, please wait. We have no audio. Can you say something?
So, can I start?
No audio. Please hold, please hold.
Hello.
Okay. All right. So you can start.
Okay. Hello everyone. I'm Aditya, and today I'm going to talk about the marketing side of things. So code alone isn't enough. Why marketing matters, and this is the story of our own community, GNOME Nepal, the local community we have here in Nepal, and this I happen to manage a lot of events the past years, and my the official journey with GNOME Foundation started when I was the local team lead of GNOME.Asia Summit 2023. Just like this, the one we are happening right now in Tokyo. And in 2024, we started GNOME Nepal. It was the first GNOME dedicated community in Nepal, and then the journey begins. So, why this talk? So, the problem that we are seeing is usually in most local community and also in some of the global communities, we see that the communities rely on code, and then they hope that the users like it, the code is good, the quality is good, so there will be more users, and then it will bring more contributors and the project will grow. But that is being a problem right now. And then another thing is marketing might be seen as not a real contribution, or it might just be ignored in the process. As a result, what happens is, the real problem is, it creates low visibility, and this low visibility shifts into low onboarding. The new users, they won't know about the code, the features, and then there won't be a lot of users using it, and this will decrease the onboarding, and the community might shrink, the contributors might decrease, and then that's why code is not enough to build a movement, because you have to meet users where they are, not where we wished they are. We have to go, we have to show the users at the place where they want. So, talking forward about why marketing and why it will solve it is that communities are now stagnating. Many local communities and some global communities, because of the lack of marketing. So, what marketing creates is, marketing means at first it will create awareness, and then once the awareness is created, it will increase the engagement. When the users are engaging, then they will use the product, they will know what features they will need, what enhancement they might need, or they might suggest new things, and then it will increase the contribution. They might contribute themselves, or they might suggest for some contributions. So, another thing is, without storytelling, no one knows your project exists. Like, if you cannot connect with the users, then the code alone won't do the stuff. And while trying this in GNOME Nepal, we tried it in GNOME Nepal, we tried the marketing thing, and then here is how it is going. So, for the Nepal context, before understanding why we moved to marketing, we have to know the context. So, when we started GNOME Nepal, the students, they were aware of the host pathways. At that time, there wasn't a real disruptive movement happening in the host ecosystem or the open source ecosystem in Nepal. There were previous generations who were involved in the open source activities, but the current generation, the students in the present, they weren't well aware of it. And also there was like a zero GNOME presence. They were using it, but they didn't know much about it. They hadn't much literacy about it. While when we started the GNOME.Asia Summit 2023, only after that the GNOME presence started to develop. And there, as I already said, there was no national post momentum. And Ubuntu Nepal, it was active in early 2010s, but then in 2013 it went dormant for a decade. Nothing much was happening and nothing disruptive happening in post ecosystem. So what we realized is when we started GNOME Nepal, we started with some codings. We were making our own websites and other things to sustain the community, and then there weren't much contributors coming in. It was just us, a little group contributing. Then we realized that people don't join code, but people join stories. So we have to make valuable stories so that people trust us and they join us. So marketing wasn't optional for us. It was the only way to survive. And from survival to right now, in more than 1.5 years, we are thriving. So marketing played its role. And if you say how, then let me show you the metrics. We are in the end month, the December, and this is the metrics from only this year. So in Instagram, the total views of our post this year was like more than 500,000. In Nepali term, we say it 5 lakh. It was more than 500,000. And then the most viewed video, the single video that we had that went viral all over Nepal, and we got a lot of contributors and a lot of people knowing about us. It was more than 300,000 views, and the most liked video, it went 5,000 likes. We collaborated with 2 tech content creators, and yeah, the marketing really went well in the Instagram. And if you see in the LinkedIn side of things, because we also had to target the professional audience, our impression were nearly 100,000 impressions, and organically we reached to more than 40,000 members, and we had really good organic clicks. So now, if you see, there is further insights from the LinkedIn. So if you see the seniority of the level of audience that joined us, we especially targeted the marketing to be fun, out of the box, creative, and entry level and student to trust us. So it really worked well, because if you see the majority, the main percentage of the contributors, the beginners that joined us was the entry level. And after that, we have a really good number of seniors that have joined us, who are guiding us in the process. And then there are trainers, owners, directors. You can see a lot of things. And then if you see the industry we targeted through marketing were software development and IT service, IT consulting, the technology, information, and internet, and it really worked well. After that, there are professors who joined us through higher education platforms, who are working in the education platforms, non-profit organization, and everything. So through marketing, what we were able to achieve was we could target the audience that we would want to go to. We want to establish the story, and then we can onboard them to the community. So if we talk about the myth versus reality, the myth is marketing is superficial, and the reality is marketing is not ads. So while we were doing GNOME.Asia just this year, in collaboration with GNOME Nepal, we tried the ads thing, and it really didn't go well. We did boosting, we paid for the ads, but it didn't go well. The performance wasn't good. What was doing the good thing was the storytelling and the organic post. So marketing means more about communication. You have to show what the community is about, the community culture, the storytelling. It is all about building your identity, and the identity builds the trust in the members, and it moves us with the momentum that we want, the direction we want to go. And if we are talking about the strategies, let me share some. So the social media storytelling was the first strategy that we used. What we did was, people are more than the posters. We didn't only focus on the posters, but we shared the real stories. We showed people, we showed real places, we showed real place. We didn't edit anything. If we are 3 people attending a meetup, we show that. If we are 20 people attending the meetup, we show that. There wasn't no filters. and we show the behind the scene content, fun videos and reels. We didn't miss anything. If there is happening anything, then we show it to them, so that if anyone wants to join us, they can join us. So informational and historical posts were there to provide the context, like how we came, what is this all about, so that people aren't lost. And then there were the meetup videos post and everything. And then we always supported the consistent voice that we need beginners to join us and contribute to the community. And the strategy we used was campus and student outreach, because there wasn't much disruptive thing happening. So we targeted students more, so that they can go in the future and then they can take this movement forward. So what we did was we hosted talks, workshops, awareness sessions. So this wasn't just the marketing in online, but we did it by going to each college. We went there, we provided talks, workshops, and awareness. And while doing that, more and more students and colleges started knowing about Nepal. And we build the identity in universities. Student had multiplier engines. So one student would take our session and he would suggest his friend about why don't you take it, and they share it to their university and they invite us, and then this way we went on giving the sessions. So what we did was, at first we started offline, and then they started searching about GNOME Nepal and everything. Our awareness was built, then it moved to online, and then now we have a good contributor pipeline. And another strategy was branding and consistency, as I already told. We defined the identity, the posters, colors, and template. They were kept consistent. We didn't want to confuse the beginners or new people who are seeing us. We kept it always consistent. And the best thing we did was we looked serious. We really looked serious about bringing the change. So if you look serious, people treat you seriously. The trust is built seriously. So we use branding as trust building tool. And another strategy was partnership and institutional legitimacy. We partnered with college sessions, partnered with tech content creators for further reach, and then community partnership to expand the reach, corporate event spaces. We went to corporate spaces. We asked to hold the meetups, and then we built the connections, and they showed us the trust, and they have been supporting us till now. And the best thing is, if you have the partnerships, it creates stability and it creates credibility, because it isn't only you who are driving the momentum, but there are others who also trust you. So this shows the beginners or someone who is looking at the community that we can trust this, because there are multiple institutions or people that are trusting in the process. So, and strategy number 5, it was all about the volunteer culture. Now we had low barrier onboarding. We didn't ask about a lot of requirements. It was pretty simple to join the community. You just had to click a button, join the community button, and then you are in our platform. And then micro contributions, they were well valued. We value the micro contributions, the small and the big, all the contributions are equally valued. So this created the feeling for the volunteer that they are valued in the community and they want to contribute more. So we highlighted people, as I already told, not the perfection. We didn't went to the posters and editing and scoring creative stuffs, but we showed the real people. We gave the value, and then we celebrate the effort. If someone was doing really good things or someone had any achievements, we celebrated it together, and we created a safe, a beginner-friendly culture for the volunteers. So the case study, it was the GNOME.Asia, like the real place where we saw that our marketing was really doing well, because in GNOME.Asia we gathered 450 plus participants. The only medium we marketed GNOME.Asia was through Instagram, GNOME Nepal, and then in LinkedIn we did it through GNOME Nepal, GNOME.Asia, and Ubuntu Nepal accounts. So how marketing made this possible was we did continuous campaigns. We didn't let. We started storytelling. We made people believe that this will be a real value to them, and they can come, they can contribute, and they can learn a lot of things. And we partnered with local influencers and communities, onboarded one of the largest media houses in Nepal, Annapurna Media Network. So it really was instrumental. Once we onboarded the largest media house in Nepal, we had in our reach the newspaper, the online news, the news channels, and everything. The community collaboration and booth. We also keep booths in international and national events. So when we kept the booths in national and international events, what happened was we could reach to the senior people so that they can again know about the story. And with behind the scene marketing, we made a weekly content calendar. We reused the content, we repurposed the content. The photo culture was there. We take pictures of everything, the process, the meetups, the events, all the things. And everyone contributes to the content. There wasn't a dedicated content creator. Everyone was looking, and then we were maintaining a momentum without a burnout. So what didn't work? We cannot say everything worked. There are something that didn't work. So random event announcement post, they don't work. You have to build a story for everything. You cannot just go and then say, hey, we are doing meetups, come join us, or we are doing this event, come join us. They didn't work well. And then tech heavy messaging for beginners, it don't work. They create technical jargons. You don't want them confused. You want the clarity. And then you have to follow up to the contributors. Once they join you, follow up the beginners. If you don't, then it will create low retention. And trying to do everything manually, it also won't work. At first, what we did was we had a dedicated person who was doing the social media, and what happened was the same person cannot do everything. Like they cannot manually post, they cannot manually create the content, but everyone have to do it together. So if you are just doing it a solo person, or you are making everything manually, the process, it doesn't work. You have to automate. We used a platform which used to post in multiple social media at once. If there is a common post that we want to have it, so it decreases the burnout. And over relying on one or two volunteers, as I said, it never works. So you have to rely on the whole community for the content. And what open source communities often miss, I'm talking more for the local communities, they miss the marketing. And while they are missing the marketing, what they are missing is they are missing on the awareness, the trust, the onboarding, the identity, belonging, and the retention. Because the present age, it is all about social media and the online presence. It is growing more and more, so we have to make it. And none of these come from code alone. So the future of GNOME Nepal, what we see, in future we see more GNOME trainings, growing volunteer leadership, institutionalizing jobs in colleges, making Nepal a post hotspot in Asia. And the final message is code is very important. It is the base, it is the foundation. It starts with the code. Then code brings the people. Then people become a community. And once you have the community, you have to do the marketing, because marketing brings even more people to that community. It creates the identity, it creates the trust. And that's why it was the title, code alone isn't enough. You also have to have marketing plus other things beside the code. So yeah, that was all. If you want to connect with me, you can scan. This is my LinkedIn QR. And if there are any questions, I am happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Aditya. Before we get any questions over here, offline, there's one question by Shri online. Do you use things like certificates for volunteer efforts?
Oh, yeah. Um, what we did was, if we talk about the first event we did, the GNOME Asia 2023, we had certificates for everyone, the volunteers, the participants, and everyone. And then in some of the training sessions, we go, what we do is we give the certificate for the participants, and the host who invites us, they provide the token of love, and that might be some architecture or statue or anything that they like, the paintings they provide us along with the certificates to the volunteers, so that encourages them more. For our one certification things, even in the Ubuntu Asia, we did certify all the organizers, the volunteers, the speakers. So yeah, we have that. One thing is we want to appreciate the effort, and another thing is it again connects with the marketing. Like if they get online certificates and things, they will be posting it in LinkedIn in the certificate section, and if anyone see, then they get to see the certifications, they get to see the post, and it increases the engagement. And again, for the physical certificates, they post the pictures, and then it really creates the engagement. So yeah, we did it, the certification thing, but it isn't 100%. We haven't done it for every sessions and events, but majority we have done it.
That makes sense. Thank you. I agree. It's a really good way to show appreciation for efforts. One more question? Okay. Okay. There's a follow-up. Have certificates proven to be helpful? What effect has it had? Was it mostly positive? And how does that feed into marketing efforts?
Oh yeah. So as I answered, in marketing it really has helped. Oh yeah, I have
Sorry.
answered.
Yeah, you
So,
answered. I was just thinking that. Okay, thank you so much. Are there any other questions in the room? Okay.
yeah, if there are any, feel comfortable to ask.
Okay, I don't think we have any other questions. If there are any other
Yes, sure.
questions, maybe we can put it in the chat afterwards, and Aditya will keep an eye on that.
Yeah.
So, yep.
Thank you everyone for
Thank you so
listening.
much, Aditya. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we can take a short break until 2:10, and then we will be back for the next session, which is a GNOME-centric virtual assistant. So yeah, I'll see you all in 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, break is over and we are now going to start with the next session. The next session the next session is Noel, a GNOME-centric virtual assistant for the modern Linux desktop with local LLM. So yes, over to you. Can you please unmute yourself? We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Now, can
Perfect.
you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So basically, today I will presenting about the Noel, the GNOME-centric virtual assistant with a local LLM. So a little bit about me. So I'm Khairul Aizat. So I'm with Ubuntu members and GNOME Malaysia user group as well. So yeah. So why a native assistant? So basically, we see there is a problem with, for example, right now, assistant are often cloud locked, proprietary, and non-native to the desktop environment. So the Noel needs to deliver a privacy native and powerful assistant for GNOME desktop. And the project goal is to easily integrate AI into the core desktop experience, making it feel like a natural part of the thing. So basically, the Noel project is built for GNOME and is a model agnostic. So it built GTK4 and libadwaita for the look and feel, and it's also following the guideline of the GNOME human interface. So for the model LLM, large language model, it is basically it can use both. That is on cloud. For example, it's easy integration with a commercial API like OpenAI and the rest of the cloud model LLM provider. But for today's sessions, I will more on demo how you can use the cloud model with Olama, because it allows users to run a model entirely on our own hardware. This is a vital for privacy and consciousness of the users. So basically, Noel is more than a chatbot. So basically, it also can help to execute some command line or on shell. Maybe I will do that on my demo at the end of the presentation. So it will have the safety first. So it's very crucial because all the command being executed by Noel is basically it requires the user intervention of confirmation before it will execute. So it has a built-in file system interaction as well. So basically you can try to ask or creating a folder or try to find the presentations or any of your work documentation inside of your file system. Okay. So it's a hands-free interaction with the real-time data. So basically, either in the chat or to the app itself. So voice to text as well, and it can revert text to voice as well. But for this demo, I think I will use the text. Yeah, the text, but it does support the voice, and it has a web search real-time information retrieval, and the ability to summarize web pages and articles. And it has a long-term memory. It can archive or save your previous conversations with the application, so it retain all the context across the sessions and a meaningful interaction, because at least the application might know how you working with the apps. Means that, for example, you are more on coding, more than some other stuff with your desktop environment. Okay, so basically, I think the plan for Noel, I think, is basically turning the Noel into a platform. So basically, it's just a third-party software is inside the GNOME environment. So it has a small focus extensions that display custom UI functionality within the chat interface, allowing developers to build a custom workflow and go beyond the simple response. Why mini app matter? So basically, it can help. You can build apps on with the network from a simple chatbot into a platform for a custom desktop workflow. Developer can create rich, interactive, and experience while keeping it well lightweight. I think I apologize because I'm experience. So, for example, the example of a meeting, for example, is the weather. For example, we ask what's the weather like tomorrow. So the app will display a graphical 5 days forecast, and then what then we can use with a list, prepare the will tempo to my list, and you can control your head control as well. So the key technologies basically is considered main app. And then using and Rust, and there's a model switching between either you want to change between the local LLM and the cloud model as the back end of the network, and it has a security sandbox for the system level action. So I think it's a rapidly evolving project. So currently the release is version 1.0. So, and then it's a community driven. The success of the well is basically deeply is within the community involvement. So community members have played a crucial role in testing, contributing features and the feedback. So the current latest version is 1.0. So you can try download it through Flatpak. Okay, Noel is embracing the GNOME philosophy, whereby it's a privacy first,
Hi,
prioritizing a local model, transparent
Fenris,
data
sorry.
handling.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry?
I'm sorry for disturbing you. There's a lot of background noise, and that's why we cannot hear you very clearly. Is it possible to fix that?
You mean noise?
Yes, background. Yeah.
Sorry?
Yes, I mean noise. Background noise.
That's right. No, because actually that's why it's you know the people around, but is it very noisy? Cannot hear my voice, is it? I think I have a few slides and
We can try for a bit. If there is still a problem, then I will let you know. Is that okay?
how about now? Still got the background noise?
Yes, there is still background noise.
Should how about now? Hello? How about now?
Yeah, I think we can
Hello?
try for some time. Yeah, I think this is better.
Okay, sorry. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
no problem. Thank you so much.
Basically, it's embracing the GNOME philosophy. So, like I told earlier, so it's focusing on the privacy, prioritizing local model and transparent data handling. User have full control over data and choose to run with the offline local LLM. And of course, it's an open source. So it's not just an AI assistant; it's a native ethical part of the GNOME desktop experience. So, what's next for Noel? I think the project plan for a deeper integration with other GNOME apps like Calendar, To-Do, and of course the Nautilus, the file manager for a seamless workflow, and of course performance optimizations, continue optimization for faster local inference, and improve responsiveness across all features and enhance features. So they plan to have a new capability based on community feedback, including improved voice recognition and advanced context handling. So yeah, I think I will go for a demo. So yeah, basically, can you guys see it or too small? I need to zoom out. Can you see it?
Too small, too small.
Too small. How about now?
I think you need to reshare your screen back.
Sorry?
You need to reshare your screen again.
Oh. How about now? Can you see it? Hello?
Yep,
Can you see
I
it now?
think much more better.
Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
No. Can.
Yep, okay.
Hello.
Okay, okay, okay.
Can you see now?
Yes.
So, for example, so can you help me? For the first demo is to I need to install application. Can you help me? So we ask. So I'm connecting with the answer. Either I can help you install an application on your Ubuntu system. Can you please tell the name of the application? So it will automatically put a console, and then, like I said earlier, you can control for the security purposes. I mean that you can pay to install the apps, right? And then the second demo, it will use to do a web and summary. So you will do a search. Let's you go to blog post. So it will open a link. So it's basically it's a server error. And it will keep trying to search. And then you can so you can also try to have to ask some coding as well. So it will create some sample modern HTML web page. So all while generating, so I can just share you guys about the safety. Yeah, so this is the RAM model that you can use. Either it's from OpenAI, this on cloud model, and you can use Google Gemini, Grok, and of course for this demo, I'm using the local and with the Quen billion. So basically, the model is based, based on your hardware size. So maybe you need to use either smaller or big billion model. If you doesn't have big enough GPUs, but you can use more if you think that you have your own hardware with a bigger feature RAM of the GPU. And there is a prompt control. So basically, there is an auto run control. Either you want to auto run the steps or the command that you listed, and the control leader, it can allow you to control console access, which graph access, and there are multiple ways the bundling adjustment. So you can also use a Tavili for search integration as well. And the knowledge is basically you can use as your own agentic AI if you want. So basically you can create a rack on your data source. It means that if you have a specific folder inside your desktop, then you can assign which folder that you want to ingest bits of your document. And then for the general, like I said earlier, it also have the text-to-speech program and vice versa, automatic speech to text, but I didn't enable it. But you guys can still try it. So this is the interface, and then the UI configurations. Okay, so yeah, basically. So yeah, that's all all my presentations. Yes, I open for questions if you guys have a question. So any staff want to sit down here? Can I have a few minutes? I mean, so any question from the floor?
Are there any
Maybe you
questions in
can.
the room?
Yep. Sorry.
No problem. Did you say something? I don't think we have any questions. Oh, you have a question.
Can I question? 届いてるかな You said new area can create mini apps. Do you this create mini app demo?
Can you hear us, Fenris? Yeah. Or there's an audio issue. Audio? Now? Now is okay? Okay. Can you hear us now, Fenris?
Still breaking, but
Okay. Do you want to take it on chat? Maybe we take the questions on chat. Can you ask here?
if you have a question, maybe you can email to me.
No, I didn't. Okay, I'll ask.
Yeah, there is one question.
Okay. Yes, we have one more question. Is this audible or still not? I don't think he can hear. Maybe we can take questions on the chat. So GNOME.Asia community chat. Are you there on that group?
No, I'm here, but it's still breaking. So
Maybe chat on the meeting. He can't hear us. Can you tell him to take questions on the chat, group chat? Yes. No problem. Okay. Can he check this chat? He can't hear us. No, even if I'm speaking.
Ferris, can you check your Telegram? Can you check your Telegram? There's a message. There's a message sent to you about the question. Yep, in Telegram.
Where is the message?
I think Bayu sent it to you.
Is it the room? No.
Personal from Bayu.
Yes.
There's two questions sent to you.
Share the messages will give me something with Okay. As of now, I'm not. Okay, I think the first question is from the Sri Ram. Thank you. So the question is, uh, do I have doing something with the with the MCP server? And currently, I'm not using with the MCP server yet, so I might not having the problem that Sri Ram faced. But it's a good thing that I I can try to simulate it later. So the second question, I think the meaning I haven't okay. For example, the million try to code it back, so it's just the app that maybe I'm on the community back. So because actually I just join with the project. So maybe I will try to see how the projects is. They already have some mini apps that integrating with UL. I'm so sorry about that, but I will try. I think I'm not really much answer the questions, but I think I will try to get back with Sriram and Isha later. Thank you, Bayu.
Okay. Are there any other questions that we have? Okay. That's I think that's it. We can take it to the chat afterwards. If anyone has any other questions. Thank you so much, Fenris.
Okay, okay. Thank you all. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we have a 3-minute break, so I think Bayu has some time to set up. The next talk is engaging students in free and open source software and free knowledge projects through informal study groups. So, yep, once Bayu is ready, we're going to have that in 3 minutes.
Check, check, check. Good. Okay. Uh, okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Bayu. I'm from Indonesia. I'm about to talk about engaging students in free and open source software and free knowledge projects through informal study group. Yeah, I need to note that the students are from elementary, junior elementary school, junior high school, and senior high school. So it's not a college student. Okay, I know most of you don't know about me, so this is not much about me. Let me take a moment. I'm an illustrator enthusiast who has been using Inkscape for years to draw and learn the art of practice on using visual elements like typography, image, color, and shape to communicate ideas or message, and I have not had any special achievement in that regards. In short, I'm just an ordinary graphic designer and illustrator. So, just that. Okay, usually use Telegram and Facebook. Yeah, Facebook. Like that's not Gen Z, of course. And this is some of my works. I usually draw illustration with Inkscape. This is 1, 2. I'm using Inkscape 2 here, and yeah, you may have noticed on the previous day, like Umul already told you that she's part of Blank on Linux. Yeah, I've been there too as artwork team. I make wallpapers and some logo for mock-up, t-shirt mock-up, something like that. And also, like for several years, I joined the Open Infra ID organizer as artwork team too. So I make like some a mascot or yeah, something like this. And I'm sure like any designer here or artwork lover, yeah. Except Ashmit, I already know you. anyone here like drawing and graphic design? No, like I just draw, just doodling. No, at least. But I think when you were kids, I think you like to draw, right? Okay, so yeah, one of the you know that we're in open source community, and the community is like it's not paid, right? It's unpaid, but what makes us graphic designer feel satisfied is when the design comes into the product, right? Asmit, do you agree with me? Like when your design go printed or on the T-shirt, something like this. Yeah, that makes you happy. Like wow, my design, something like that. And yeah, there's like I didn't attend the event above, but my logo is here. Like OpenAsia Summit logo is made by me, and the LibreOffice Asia Conf and the next room is the logo is made by me too. Back then I also do some what do we call it, like comic strip, yeah, just for fun. And sometimes I experiment, like try to use another tool than I usually do. I usually use Inkscape, but this time I try to draw something with LibreOffice Impress. You know this character, right? It's Japan, so everybody must know this. Anyone know? Anyone know the character? Yeah, yeah, right. Rakumang Zero. Okay, I also like to do live sketching. So I just like because I like to draw, and for around 5 or 6 years I work as graphic designer, and I don't draw so much. So it's like I lost my ability to draw. That's why I'm practicing like this year. I'm practicing again. And you may notice some people here because yeah, I drew it yesterday. Yeah, you see like two people on the right, two illustration, two sketch from the on the right. Like you saw it. Yeah, it's not similar. It's okay, but I just practice my stroke and my to learn the gesture, something like that. Yeah. Okay. For this talk, there will be 5 topics about the study group, the open source, the start group and the FOSS and the free knowledge project and challenges and the future plan. Yeah, some people from Indonesia might already know, but yeah, I'm sure you don't know about it. So I made this this drawing group. I formed this drawing group in 2022 in Bantul. It's like more like a specific rural area in Bantul. It is informal study group, and most members are students. At the beginning, the members are elementary school students and junior high school students. So our group was originally created to teach village kids about graphic design. You know that because I do graphic design. Sometimes I want to, like, we usually think, right? Like, what can I do? What can I give for people around us? And I think that, okay, I want to teach them about graphic design. But that was a little bit wrong, you know. I think they could use computer, but turns out most of them are not even familiar with computer, you know. And I still remember one of them like mock each other. You don't know how to use computer, or you don't know how to use computer. Then one of them said like, I know how to use computer, but he's holding the mouse like this. I know how to use the computer. so I don't need to say something like, okay, say what you want to say. Because yeah, still sometime at the beginning there are some of them like still trembling to use it, even to hold. Maybe, I don't know, maybe they're afraid they will broke the device or the gadget. That's why I decide, because you know, when I try to teach or introduce them about graphic design, I think that's it's kind of difficult. So I better lower my standard to teach them about drawing with FOSS, which is Inkscape, because, well, I use mainly Inkscape. But we also have other activities, like, because there are students and there are kids, like kids nowadays kind of different with some years when I was kids. So sometimes we make like cooking together and we discuss about anything, and we are participating even together or creating social media content. Okay, now what about the free and open source software? So yes, because I use mainly Inkscape, I introduced them about the Inkscape tools and what we can do to draw with it. Like, yeah, usually I give them example and they follow. I use the small screen in front of them, and then they follow what I do. And I told them like little by little, because for someone who's still not familiar, they still need to be introduced for slowly. So something like this, it's all done by the students. Also, I try to introduce Inkscape feature like grid. So yeah, some of them like I like doing pixel art. Okay, so at some session there are more pixel art session, because they love to do it. And also I want them to try to upload it on Pixabay, because you know, because I don't want their works to be in vain. Like, they want to upload it to get some confidence and to know that their design or their drawing could be useful. And they are very happy to know that, wow, the download number and the views number increasing, something like that. So they're happy with that. You know, that you can see the number like 7,000, 4,000, 26,000, something like that. They're very happy to know that people are using their design or their drawing, something like that. And also yeah, other than that, introduce them on the left side. You know that introduce them about LibreOffice Draw, because yeah, their drawing with Inkscape, and then I try to introduce another tool. And also I introduced them about LibreOffice Calc and Writer, because it's simplest one. And for the calc, of course, we can teach them about the simple equation like column and multiplied A multiplied by B, something like that, and also a simple formula like sum, you know. And then there are some of the drawing by the kids with LibreOffice Draw. Yeah, they try to make pixel art because they like, they love pixel art. So yeah, and then the left side is another drawing with it. And about the others, sorry, I think it's. Oh, I think I still I forget what's it. I also make them try another software like PicoPixel. So I'll forget the text because I just copy paste it. Sorry. I introduced them about PicoPixel. If you know about it, that's one of the FOSS used to draw pixel art. Okay, this is some activity. Two of the students, I encourage them to talk in front of people at a LibreOffice conference in Surakarta, 2023, and they met Lothar and Franklin for the first time. You know that they are so happy. You know why Lothar here? Yeah, they are so happy. Like, yeah, because for kids like. Hey, I got photo, I got selfie and get photo with foreign tourists, something like that, with foreign people, yeah. Then, yeah, they're very happy about it. And after that, they went to LibreOffice Asia conference a year after that in Koskap. And they're still happy because they finally met Lothar and Franklin and other people, Jajun and other people. And yeah, they're still impressed about it. I still met them like some months ago, and I asked them like, hey, what do you feel about last year event? And they said like, it still felt like yesterday. Yeah, they're still very, very impressed by that, and they still cannot forget about it. And after that, in this year, Paguyuban Linux Solo make an event, and that's when Jajun visited Indonesia. So I asked both of the students I also prepared things for them to talk about Inkscape and LibreOffice. Well, I need to note that when they're attending this LOCA for the first time, they don't know about the community thing, that this FOSS community is so big that when they know for the first time, they said, wow, I don't know about community. Now I want to be in community, something like that. So that makes me kind of happy because now they know they could get so many experience, or they could meet some great people, great minds. And also this year we have meet up with Faris. Some of you may know Faris from the most right one. He talked in GNOME.Asia Summit last year. Yeah, we're just sharing about it, talking what's the experience in Tokyo, and also he recommended me about the brush pen I used for drawing, for my drawing earlier. Yeah, there's some other stuff. And for free knowledge project, it's not as much as free software. It's not as much as FOSS, but yeah, some of them participating in teaching material illustration challenge or contest ilustrasi bahan ajar last year, and the prize there is prize for this. I mean the price is like price around 5 juta, 50,000 yen, like Gomang, yeah, right, like 50,000, and yeah, but I'm sure they will never win. Like, yeah, I think they will never win because they're still beginning. But I say to them that you want to participate. If you want to participate, if you participate, I'll give you some gift, something like that. So yeah, they wanted to participate. At the first, just this girl that participate, but then Nabil, wanted to participate too because he wanted my gift. So yeah, they uploaded to Wikimedia Commons. This is when I introduced them about the existence of free knowledge project like Wikimedia and some other projects in it. But yeah, because it's only uploading, so it's easy for them. These are the illustration made by them. It's like some kind of doodle thing, right? Now we're coming to the challenge. The challenge, especially for for this past months, past years, is like the schedule. Like two of the students are continuing their study to vocational high school, so they're busier than before. And also I became a bit busier too. And then yeah, because we have less meeting now, what they learn, what the lesson like less reviewed and less remembered, and some people like forgot, some students forgot about how to use some tools in that they already learned. And the second is like limited resources. Now it's not really a problem, but for the first point, like learning tools and gadget, it's good for now, but I don't know in the future. But the second ones, because they continue their study to vocational high school, I think we need some technical tutor to understand their their study, because I'm a graphic designer and my degree is in education, so no, I cannot teach them about applied software or networking. And then this year we tried to sending message or letter to some schools, but I think they haven't been interested with us. I tried to go to their school before and then say that they have some experience about speaking in Asian event, and I want them to share to another student, but I think they haven't been interested. Now, what's the future plan? Because the students are getting busier, and now our active members are three or four people. So I think I want to try recruiting some elementary school student or junior high school student. And also I want to introduce more FOSS, let them try some other FOSS and also free knowledge project. And I want to see what each person loves to contribute, because one person might be different with the other. And back to creating means like that I want them to create back to create drawing like before, because lately we haven't got any meeting. So at least when we first meet them, when I meet them again, I want them to try to create something so that they can upload it or share it to other people. And the next is I wanted to try to go to school again. I mean, to introduce about FOSS by my friends that teach on some schools. And I hope I hope after the school. Okay, so the plan is like I want to introduce in school in CD, because if because I introduce directly to the rural area, sometimes they're being you know, not convinced yet, like this is, I don't need it, something like they think they don't need it, or they don't need to know about the FOSS. But if I succeed introducing in city, maybe they will think about it. In the school in city, maybe they will think about it. And then this is like new idea, like I want them to, maybe I try to invite guest tutor or session, and might be remote, because still kids like to have new experience, or they are interested to meet new people. And maybe if I invite maybe some of you may be interested to talk in front of them, they will be excited, because wow, we're talking to foreign people, something like that. Okay. Yeah. Any questions so far? I still get some more story, but yeah. But if you have any question or any comments, feel free to share it. Oh yeah.
Thanks. The student you teach is come from countryside or from countryside.
Yeah, like countryside.
I see. Yeah, because in urban, mostly the student would like to more challenge, more competition.
Yeah.
But in countryside it's different.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. That's it. That's why when I first try to teach them, it's like they are not convinced enough. Like they may be doing it because they have free time. Like I don't know what else to do. That's why I'm going with you, something like that. But after they're attending this loca, they're like being excited and a bit, I saw something different about them. Yeah, something like that. So the problem with people from rural area, technology and development, whatever, I think it should be make the gap between the countryside and city more smaller, right? But the truth is that is still there. The difference is still there. So most of them still think that think like traditionally, like no, I don't have that. I don't need, people around me don't do that, so I don't need it. Something like that. Even when I moved to the rural area, some old people still ask to my grandma, like, what did he do? He's always in his home. What did he do? Something like that. I'm a remote worker. I'm graphic designer, but people still don't know about it. Like, oh, so he got money from it? Yes. Yeah. I mean, gladly my grandma understand about it, so he can talk to another grandma to explain about it. Well, the time is okay.
Yeah, we have 5 more minutes.
Okay, 5 more minutes. Okay. If
there's sorry, you can.
If you still have something, some questions,
yes.
feel free to share. But
there's one more question from Shri. So first of all, I'm repeating what he said. Thank you so much for this work. It looks amazing. It's so important. The question is, have you considered looking at tools like Penpot for remote work? There is all kinds of educational exercises you could do with it. Plus, you can work together on a design. They can then also export that into a website, etc.
Yeah, that might be in the future. But for now, I think it's just too difficult for them. Too difficult because 2 of the students which continue their study to vocational high school, one of them go into like applied software, and the other one's like into some networking stuff. So I think it's kind of difficult. And yeah, well, I have some funny story about this one. When they go first, their first time going abroad. So they're from like their economy is not really good. Their economy is not really good. So when they make their first passport, so I accompany them, and then one of the student looks not convincing to the immigration officer. You know what the immigration like? Ask that man that brought you, and then I go inside, and then how many times have you done this, sending people? I was like, I think I was like, what? Yeah, you think like, so I assume like, what, illegal trafficker? Yeah, I don't even know how to traffic myself. How could I do that? And I know it's the officer task. It's officer job to be convinced. But at some way, that's like, at the time that was like the worst insult for me. Like that. No, you talk bad about me, it's okay. You talk about something bad about me, it's okay. But you think I'm illegal trafficker, it's like kind of too much. But still, that's funny story. That's sorry. The student also still remember about it, and some of them like, please don't talk about it anymore because he feel guilty too. Yeah, but yeah, still I love being with the kids, students, because yeah, at least I want them to know about what I know, and I want them to be better than me, because yeah, that's what teacher or what teacher and tutor should do.
Yep. There was also one comment by Shri after the question that you answered. If there's anything that GNOME can do to support, then yeah, please let us know.
Sure. Maybe some online session for them. It would be great. That would be
of
great.
course. Great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If there's no other question, then sorry, my 2 more minutes.
If we have any
you
other
can see that
questions.
the device I use, like there are so many old devices, like this is a MacBook from 2009 or 8 maybe.
Oh,
And this one is Tough Book, I think. Tough Book, but I installed Ubuntu Studio on it. So yeah, we have many old devices.
Yeah.
And the left one is like Chromebook, I think. Yeah, we're using just this to introduce, so it's still enough so far.
Amazing. Okay. Thank you so much, Bayu, for
Okay.
your presentation.
Well, that's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, now we have a coffee break for half an hour up to 3:40, and then we continue with the rest of the talks. Okay, welcome back everyone from the coffee break. We will now start with our next session, which is GNOME Beyond the Desktop, adapting to embedded systems and open hardware. So, yes, over to you, Rajesh.
Hello everyone. Thank you so much for being me here. My name is Rajesh Khadka, and today I'm excited to talk about how GNOME is expanding its horizon from being a well-known desktop environment to empowering entirely new kinds of devices like phones and other open hardware systems. We will see why this transition is important and how each of us can contribute to shaping this future. So, a little bit about me. I am developer and open source contributor from Nepal. I mainly work with web and mobile technologies and currently pursuing my bachelor's degree in information technology. Even though I am still studying, I have been involved in tech communities and learning continuously from open source projects. GNOME has always inspired me, not just as a software, but as a community that believes in freedoms, accessibility, and empowering users. This is why I wanted to explore what GNOME can do beyond the desktop. So, here's what we will cover today. We will start with why GNOME expanding beyond desktop is not just an option, but a necessity. Then we will look at a real world examples like GNOME technologies already running on phones, Raspberry Pi, and other public devices. Next, I will highlight the main technical challenge we face in this journey. After that, we will talk about opportunities, how developers, designers, even beginners can contribute. And finally, we will wrap up this future directions of GNOME on embedded and open hardware. Let's talk about why GNOME beyond desktop matters actually. GNOME has built its reputation on delivering a modern, beautiful desktop experience. But technology is changing rapidly, right? So uh, most people today interact with computers through devices much smaller than a laptop. If Genome mission is truly to create a free and accessible computing platform for everyone, then it must go where the users are. And this is no longer only a desktop computers. So what people think GNOME is? Actually, when we say GNOME, most people imagine a traditional desktop, keyboard, big screens, right? So, GNOME is actually much more than that. It is a collection of powerful technologies, GTK, GNOME cells, design systems, and a whole ecosystem of applications. These technologies are flexible and can power all sort of device if we adapt them properly. So actually in today's world, where computing happens, where computing happens in today's world, today's computing world is a way more diverse. Phones are the main components of millions of people's. Raspberry Pi and similar boards are used in schools, robotics, and home projects. Everywhere we go, airports, hospitals, shopping malls, there are kinds of devices running specialized system, right? And we also have an IoT device with tiny screens that needs lightweight graphical interface. If GNOME can run in this environment, then open source becomes part of the daily life everywhere, not just on a computers, right? So why this? So let's see why this expansion is important. Expanding GNOME outside the desktop has huge benefits. It allows more people especially in developing region, to access open source computing without need of expensive PC. Right. So it also brings new innovation challenges, adapting user interface, optimizing for tiny hardwares, rethinking interactions. This challenge pushed the project forward, and most importantly, it ensures that free software remains relevant in future. Right. So where computing is more mobile, portable, and embedded than users. So this is why the expansion is important. Shifting from traditional PCs to other open hardwares and other my phones is really necessary. So, so do you know that GNOME is already being used in small devices, or let's say on hardwares? So this is not just a dream or an idea; it's already happening, right? So let's look at some examples where GNOME technologies are powering real devices today. So we have GNOME for mobile. This we have a technology called POS, which empowers GNOME on mobile. So POS is a great example. It is a mobile interface built using GNOME technologies, the same design language, and a framework you see on desktop. So Posh is powering open source smartphone like PinePhone, Librem 5, right? So this device gives real control to the users. You own the hardware, the software, and your data. App must be Every app must be adaptive, touch friendly, and resource efficient. And GNOME technologies enable exactly that, right? So this proves that gnomes can work beautifully on devices as small as a phone. So Posh is the GNOME-based mobile cell. It's already being used in PinePhone and Librem 5, powered by GTK, and you own your own data. Not only POS, GNOME is already being used in Raspberry Pi. Raspberry Pi is another powerful area. It provides affordable computing for learning, experimenting, and even for a professional use. GNOME running on a Raspberry Pi means a complete mode interface available for around $50. So student can learn programming, build kiosks, or design their own mini computers using GNOME. And yes, performance is still improving, but the progress already shows that how flexible GNOME can be on ARM devices like Raspberry Pi or Arduino, other small board computing system. So GNOME need to be a lightweight in this case, but it's still improving. So GNOME is not only used in Raspberry Pi or PinePhone or Raspberry Pi. So GNOME is being used in kiosks and information display. This requires a small touch-based interface with minimal distractions. They need to be secure, reliable, and be able to run for a long hours. GNOME's open technologies make it ideal for a subsystem. Everything can be customized, locked down, and optimized for a single purpose. It's growing use case that we often don't see, but it exists around us everywhere. Like GNOME Cell can be run on Kicks mode, touchscreen for ATM style, or any other info terminal. So when we move to the when we move on GNOME to uh, embedded systems and other open hardware systems like phones and other small devices, we feel some challenges. So when we move GNOME to the embedded system, performance becomes one of the most biggest challenges. Device like Raspberry Pi or other open phones have limited RAM or limited memory and slower CPUs. So no must use fewer resources, so smoother animations and still feel modern, right? So this leads to deep engineering works, optimizing memory uses, improving rendering speeds, and ensuring app launch quickly. It's tough challenge, but every implementation here benefits all GNOME users. So uh, performance is the main issue when you move towards the embedded system. When you use GNOME to the embedded system, so it should be faster. The memory should be managed quite efficiently. So moving forward, we have another challenge, that is making apps work on all screen size, right? A design that is perfect on laptop may be unusable for phone. Button needs to be become larger, layout must be rearranged automatically, and touch gesture should replace with mouse click. Yeah, this is tough, but GNOME has made huge progress with adapting design patterns, but there is still a lot more to do to make every app truly shipping fitting based on the devices. This need to be addressed. All the mouse clicks should be replaced to gesture support. This is complex, but how the GNOME is progressing, this should be fixed. So moving forward, uh, hardware and driver support is another yet big challenge. Hardware support is another area where embedded system struggle. Like phone and ARM boards use different cameras, sensors, modern CPU. Sometimes drivers are closed source, right? Sometimes incomplete. Making everything work together with GNOME requires collaboration between hardware vendors, kernel developers, and GNOME's engineers. So it's slow work, but once done, it unlocks huge potential for fully open devices. So, do you know that these challenges are also opportunities? This All of these challenges brings a lot of opportunities, like a gnome's expansion create space for all types of contributors, like developers, designers, community builders, and total beginners. So you don't need to be an expert to start making an impact in this area. Like for developers, we have got a lot of opportunities when moving gnomes to the beyond the desktop. So developers can help in many ways, like optimizing performance, powering, improving power efficiency, creating mobile ready apps, building adaptive UI components, and adding support for ARM and RISC-V architecture. Even small contributions like fixing UI scaling issues or packaging apps for new boards can bring gnomes to a whole new set of users. Like developers can work on how to improve power efficiencies, like work on mobile cells like posh, which is a gnome shell mobile for mobile. So when we come to the designers, designers plays here a key role too, like touch integrations, small screens, kiosk workflow, and all of this requires new thinking, right? So like designers help create navigation patterns, gesture systems, and accessibility improvement. They help shape gnomes visual story, so the users feel comfortable while they are on phone or on large workstations. Designers can help gnomes in a wide range, like they can create a mobile friendly UX for gnomes apps, improve this open hardware's interfaces for better accessibility. So moving forwards, not only designers, developers can be in this area, but newcomers also can help in a various ways. Like they can contribute equally in important ways, like testing apps on different devices like Raspberry Pi or Pine phone, reporting issues, improving documentations, translating apps, or organizing local events. Uh, gnomes grows when more people join. So especially from regions where low cost devices are common. So even your feedback can influence real decisions in gnomes evolves, right? So this opportunity, this is the opportunities for developers, designers, as well, or newcomers as well. So there are challenges, there are restrictions, but these challenges and restrictions come up with a lot of opportunities where designers, developers, and even a new beginners can work on. So this comes up with great opportunities. So moving forward, the goal is clear, right? The gnomes should offer a great experience everywhere the computing happens. We expect better mobile sales, deeper support for ARM and RISC-V architecture, more adaptive apps, and GNOME that uses less power and memory. So we should ensure that GNOME should be utilized by using less memory consumptions, less storage, right? As hardware becomes more open and communities grow, GNOME has a real chance to become the trusted interface for the next gen of devices, which is going beyond the desktop, right? So this is all about my presentations, adapting GNOME beyond the desktop environment. Thank you all for listening. I hope this talk gave you a new perspective on how GNOME's future is expanding into exciting new areas. I would like to continue the conversations and hear your ideas or questions. Together, we can help bring GNOMEs to most users and more device everywhere. Uh, Thank you so much.
You. No break, right? Sorry? Okay. Okay, everyone. Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute break and then we're going to start the next talk, which is uh, Jolpi, a lightweight, simple, and reliable text editor with Python 3, GTK 4, and GTK Source View 5. Okay. Okay, now we're back to the next presentation, which is Jolpi, a lightweight, simple, and reliable text editor with Python 3, GTK 4, and GTK Source View 5.
I'm sorry. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear
I'm sorry,
you.
is my voice clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right.
Yeah.
I will start my screen, sharing my screen.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the moderator. Hello, everyone. My name is Zulfian. I'm from a small village in Indonesia called Tepas in West Kalimantan, very close to the Malaysian border. But I currently live in Singkawang City now. I'm happy to be here as part of GNOME.Asia Summit. Today I want to share the journey behind Jolpi, a project I started back in 2010 and completely reworked in 2025. A quick note on how this all began. I first discovered Linux in my second year of college through a canonical CPIS program. Getting Ubuntu and Kubuntu CDs delivered to my home put me deep into the ecosystem. From there, I started experimenting with many distributions and eventually found Python and GTK. So I hope the session can inspire those of you who also have old projects that you'd like to revive. Yeah, I started using Linux around 2008. 2 years later, I created Jolpi as a Python and GTK experiment for my thesis. After that, I stopped coding for quite a long time. So in 2024, I returned to programming, and in this year, 2025, I reworked Jolpi completely from scratch. So I'm not a full-time programmer, but I really enjoy learning and building things. To give a bit more context, at that time, Python was not taught at my college, and GTK was almost unknown where I studied. So I learned everything on my own, mostly from books and the official documentation, which made the project both challenging and rewarding. And some of us maybe go through phases where we stop coding for a long time and then come back years later. If that's ever been your experience, that's completely normal. What matters is coming back with fresh energy, and Jolpi was really born from that long journey. Yeah. This is the beginning. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. This is the beginning of Jolpi. On the left is the very first version, a simple single buffer editor, and it didn't even have name yet. It was called the FPA, Fian Python Editor, based on my old nickname, Fian. It was truly experimental. After a few iterations, I finally managed to add a multi-tab support, and that version became the stable release at the time. So everything was built using Python 2, GTK 2, and GTK Source View 2. If you look at it now, I'm sorry, after that final release, I stopped coding after graduating in 2011. If you look at it now, the UI is extremely simple, but at the time, I was really proud that I could build multi-tab support by myself. I'm lucky I could still recover these old screenshots today. And that's the funny thing about it. Sometimes small projects like this end up leaving the longest trace. A quick story, years later, I found that those early releases were downloaded from 23 countries when I checked the old source code page. So that was surprisingly motivating for a small student project. So now I cleaned the old project, fixed the shebang, so it explicitly used Python 2 and uploaded it to GitLab, mirrored on GitHub. Back then, I didn't even know GitHub existed. Seeing my old project in modern infrastructure felt so real. Yes. In this year, 2025, I returned to this project, not just to update it, but to rewrite it completely. So many things had changed: Python, GTK, and even the way think about software. So I started everything from scratch again. When I began rewriting, it felt like opening an old file and realizing how much we have changed. I reset most parts so the code would be cleaner, and honestly, it really needed that reset. I once tried editing directly from the old files, but after seeing how the whole stack had changed, it became clear how unrealistic that approach was. So this wall reminded me how much we have learned over the years. So old Jolpi 2 actually still works, even on Manjaro, which I'm currently using through an AUR package. But the technology is no longer relevant. Python 2 is end of life. GTK 4 is completely different from GTK 2, and GTK Source View is now in version 5 with a brand new approach. And on the other side, I have Cheng 2. So when I first built Jolpi, I was just following curiosity. Python was not taught in my college. There was no community around me, and I was still figuring out my direction in software. And now I want to rebuild it with a modern mindset, not just fixing the old project, but redesigning it from the ground up. If you have ever tried maintaining a project that's too old, you know the feeling. There's a point where patching is not enough, and you just need to start fresh. So I want to Jolpi to have a foundation I can rely really on for many years ahead. Yeah, Jolpi has one core goal: to be a simple and responsive editor, even for large file, even up to 1 million lines. The UI should remain usable without all the essential components like GO, GObject, GDK, and GLite are already part of the GDK or PyGObject stack. So Jolpi stays lightweight and doesn't require any extra libraries. No unnecessary features, no unnecessary complexity, just a smooth typing experience. And many modern editors keep getting bigger and more complex. I want to go the opposite direction. Sometimes even I cannot keep up with all the features available today. So I genuinely believe minimalism is powerful, especially for tools we use every day. Yeah, GTK4 provided the modern UI and core infrastructure, including GObject, GDK, and GLite. GTK source field file handles the core editor like syntax, search and replace. And for file handling and monitoring, Jolpi uses a GO, which is already included in PyGObject. So none of these adds external dependencies. Jolpi stays minimal. And I designed this architecture to be straightforward. There's no hidden trick behind the skin. Everything follows how modern GTK works, so anyone can read the source code easily. Yeah, this is the asynchronous loading for open the files. The biggest challenge is the large files. Loading needs to be asynchronous, so the UI doesn't freeze. Jolpi uses GTK source file loader with cancelable support, so loading can be stopped if the user closes the tab or cancel the action. During loading, some widgets are disabled, and once completed, syntax highlighting and search are re-enabled. At first, I used the same approach as the old Jolpi without async. Then I tried chunking technique, but handling it became quite difficult. Eventually, I learned a lot from how GNOME text editor handles this process. And finally, I managed to adapt the async model into Python. Yeah, the next is asynchronous search. searching is also asynchronous. So even large files remain usable without UI freezing. The match count updates in real time, and users can navigate a resource immediately. Step-by-step replace run asynchronously, but replace all is still synchronous because it rewrites the entire text at once. There are many small behavior details in the widget related to search, because I saw only one search widget for all tabs. The data flow is the thing that changes. So this keeps memory usage small because there are not too many widgets being loaded. So I invested quite a lot of time to make the search experience truly smooth. The next part is the file monitoring. Jollpy uses GO file monitor to detect a change made outside the editor. If the file is modified externally, Jollpy will detect it and offer option to reload or cancel. But if the file is renamed or deleted, the message is different. The user can choose to save it as a new file or cancel. This monitoring is enabled both when opening and saving a file. In the old Jollpy, I have to manually calculate file hashes with a Python MD5 library. Now with GO file monitor, everything is automatic and much more responsive. And this feature may not look visually impressive, but it's extremely important for daily works. Sometimes we accidentally open the same file in another editor. With file monitoring, the conflicts can be avoided before they happen. This is the next part. Jollpy uses modern GT4 widget for a cleaner, streamlined visual layout. GTK.header bar replaces the classic toolbar for a simpler look. GTK overlay replaces the traditional status bar, and the search bar also uses overlay, so it appears without interrupting the text. So GTK4 brings a lot of refreshing change, and I want to follow that modern pattern. For me, a UI like this makes the app comfortable to use for long periods without feeling heavy. Yeah, one of my favorite parts was creating my own scheme jollpy.xml. It's not mandatory, but it demonstrates how customizable the editor can be. I started from Oblivion.xml, which is GPL licensed, and modified it to fit the project. At first, I created this scheme just for fun, as an experiment. But over time, I grew to really like it, and it ended up becoming the default time. It also shows that Jollpy is flexible and customizable. Yeah, this is another part I enjoyed. Jolty using GTK's custom GSS system. GTK lets us customize the interface using CSS, very similar to styling on the web. I create a small custom.css file to give the Jolty a more consistent look and feel. As you can see in the screenshot, the header bar and the pop-over menu use custom colors and gradients from that file. And everything's still like white because it just CSS, not additional libraries. Yeah, the next part is installer. I created a small install.sh script to make the installation process easier. It automates the setup steps, including detecting the user's Linux distribution and calling the appropriate package manager, whether that Pacman, APT, or DNF. The script is fully self-contained, requires no additional tools, and keeps the project simple for anyone who just want to install and try Jolty without dealing with manual configuration. Yeah, so let's take a quick look. Yeah, visually, Jolty 2025 follows modern GTK4 design patterns while still keeping the lightweight and custom feel that defines Jolty. And after working on the rewrite, I noticed something. The patterns, tools, and lessons I refined in Jolty started becoming useful beyond just this editor. So Jolty didn't remain only a text editor. It naturally evolved into a foundation for building other desktop applications. One of them is Moon AI. I say machine understanding for neutralization, a local offline AI application built with Python and GDK for data focused tasks. It uses a locally hosted LLM through Ollama only to interpret intent. All processing stays fully local with pandas and matplotlib. The same principles continue, lightweight, responsive, and maintainable. So Jolty and Moon AI show how a consistent development mindset can grow across different projects. And because Jolty is open source, I want to share it with you. Yeah, you can find the project link and my contact information here. Feel free to explore it or learn from the code structure. So that's the core of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Now, I'm happy to take any question. I'm sorry, because my English listening is limited. If possible, for the host help by transcribing question in chat. I'm using live caption as a backup, and my reply might take a bit longer to translate. Thanks.
Yes. Do we have any questions on chat? Just give me- Okay, we don't have any questions, do we? Oh, sorry, I didn't see.
Hello. I just wondered if you've considered to put it on FlatHub, Dolby.
I'm sorry. Wait for me.
Do you know FlatHub? You could make a Flatpak package.
I'm sorry. Wait. My live question is gone. I'm sorry. Oh yes.
Can you hear now?
Okay. Where's the live caption? Are you ask a question about FlatHub?
Oh yeah, I was just wondering if you want to put the Dolby on FlatHub.
Let me write the answer before. Yeah, I have no plan on it yet, and I have not even delved into how FlatHub or Snapd work. That's my answer.
Okay, thank you. Thanks
For
so much
now.
for your talk.
Yeah.
Thank you. There is also a comment.
You can try along in my install Asia. I think it's it's work. Thank you.
Thank you. There's also a comment from Shri on the chat about your talk. He says, great talk, thanks for sharing. You should submit this talk to GODAC and talk about experience in porting. Are there any other questions in the room? Okay. Thank you so much.
No other question.
Sorry?
No other question?
Oh, no, that's it. We don't have any other questions.
Okay, all right. If there are no questions, I think we can wrap it up. Thank you again for your time, everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you. Okay, we will take a 5-minute break, and then the next talk is about document collaboration in Linux, tools, workflows, and autonomy by Ishan Sawant.
I don't know if I'm ready. Oopsies. Hello.
Okay. Ishan, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
Maybe you could hear. So the thing, I have already recorded just stream. Okay. As ago, and
Okay.
actually,
Ishan, your voice is
So-
breaking a lot. We can't hear you. Okay, yeah. I can see you now.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're going to start in 3 minutes, so you have time to set up the streaming and everything. Yeah. Thank you.
that works.
Yeah, we still can't hear you when you're talking. Sorry. No, we can't hear you. Can you try leaving the room and then joining again?
Yeah, can you hear me now? I changed my mic.
Now is okay. Yes.
Okay, awesome. If there's any other problem, just let me know so that I'll just leave the room and join it again.
Yeah, okay, sure. But now it's like very clear.
Awesome. So I was just cool. Awesome. I was just saying that I'll be streaming my recorded talk and then I'll be joining the Q&A live. So I'm right here in the chat room, but I'll be streaming my recorded talk.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. We.
Yeah. Awesome.
No, I told her. We'll start in 2 minutes. We'll start in 2 minutes. So at 3:40 local time.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you confirm whether you guys can see my screen?
Yes. Yes, we can.
So, yeah, whenever we are ready, I'll just start playing the recording and then we'll do the Q&A. I'll be right here in the room,
Sure.
but I'll be muted. So, yeah,
Yeah,
I'm right here in the chat if anyone wants to just.
Yeah, I'll let you know once we can start.
Awesome.
Okay.
Awesome. Can I just get the Telegram chat link? I just read a chat about a Telegram chat link so that I can read the chats of other participants as well.
It's in the event page. Can you check the event page, please?
Yeah, I'll just.
Okay. We can start now. Yeah. Now we can start. I hope you found the link. in the chat.
Awesome. Yeah, I did. I just joined the Telegram chat. Everything's cool. So I'll just start. I'll start playing the recording, and then we'll just do the Q&A once this is done. All right?
Sure.
Yeah.
We cannot hear the video.
Okay. But I could hear it in my earphones. So
Maybe you can try disconnecting your earphones, or do you not have earphones on right now?
no, I do have earphones.
Okay,
on right
maybe-
now. Do you want me to disconnect?
Maybe that works. I'm not sure.
No, I mean I can hear the audio from your side, so from the room coming in.
Yeah, but we can't hear the video. You
Oh,
can, yeah.
so what do I do? Should I just try joining the room again?
No, I think you can. I think you can disconnect your earphones and just see if maybe that works. But I'm not sure if that's going to work either. That's an option.
Okay, if this doesn't work, I'll just present one live.
Sure. Yeah.
All right, I'll just try disconnecting my.
No, we still can't hear it. I'm sorry.
No worries, no worries. I'll just present one right away live.
Yep.
Just give me a second. I'll just change the screen.
Yeah. Take your time.
Yeah. By the way, can you guys just confirm if you can hear this now? So that I just did some changes. I just played it. Can you hear this?
No, no, I can't. I mean, we can't.
Okay,
No.
cool. No worries. I'll just okay. No worries. I'll just start with the presentation right away. Cool. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes. Now we can. Yes.
Yeah, and you can perfectly hear me. There's no problem at all in that.
Yes. Yes, I can hear you.
All right, awesome, cool. Great. Sorry for the trouble, everyone. I actually thought that maybe the recorded video was enough and it would work, but turns out it did not. That's why good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone attending from different parts of the world. This time around for GNOME Summit Asia 2025. I couldn't be there this time around for the in-person event happening in Tokyo, but I hope you all are enjoying and having a great event so far. My name is Ishant Sawant, and I'll be talking about document collaboration in Linux. I'll be talking about the tools, the workflows, and the autonomies. So the tools that we use in our document collaboration techniques, and when it comes to Linux, the workflows that we follow, and what digital autonomy is, what digital sovereignty is, and so we'll be just looking through all of that. Great, but here's a little bit of me. Hello, I'm Ishan. I lead developer relations at Only Office. I'm also a huge documentation enthusiast. So before I stepped into advocacy, I was kind of a technical writer, and I'm really passionate about writing and the nuances that go into technical writing and technical documentation. Apart from my work at Only Office, I was and I am a maintainer at one of the Linux Foundation's project called PipeCD, and I was also a mentee earlier there, the term which I've successfully graduated. But yeah, I'm a huge fanatic about open source, been contributing to a lot of open source projects for the last 2 or 3 years, and yeah, currently the maintainer for the project PipeCD at Linux Foundation. And apart from all the work, just like drinking some coffee, tea, and just hitting some gym whenever possible. Cool. Let's quickly look at the agenda. Now, although I did tell you what we're going to talk about in the initial slide, but just to give you a summary, we'll start with knowing what documents exactly are, what document workflows are. So I'll kind of tell you what they exactly and primitively mean. And next up will be just shifting into where documents came from, why are they first of all required, and what's the history of documents starting from when computers originated to what we have now. And yeah, then we'll look at what the current landscape of document collaboration or document editing in the Linux ecosystem looks like. Because I'll come to that later as well, but you might know that a lot of tools that are available on other operating systems are not available on Linux distributions and Linux systems. So yeah, the situation kind of changes there, which I'll come to in a bit. But we'll also be then I'll also be kind of telling you a lot of factors, and I'll be putting this comparison table so that you don't have to you don't face any difficulty while choosing the right tool for your document collaboration. And lastly, we'll see something that we've spent over a decade building at OnlyOffice and what it does. Awesome. And also meet these two primitive cavemen on the right side. They will be your guides today as well. You'll see them in a lot of photos. So yeah, just say hi. First of all, before we dive into anything else, let's understand what a document workflow is. Now, a document workflow basically, and in the most primitive meaning, is the journey of your documentation from the point it is created to the point it's stored for you to be able to access it and use it again. Now that is the complete document workflow, from end to end, start to the point where you store it. And there are a lot of factors that affect how good or bad your document workflow can be. Starting with number one is how many tools are you going to use for, and what tools are you using in your document workflow? So what tool are you going to use to edit or create your document? What tool are you going to use to collaborate on that document with others? And eventually, what tool are you going to use to store your document, and how you're going to do it? And the second is the people, right? How many people are you going to collaborate with? How many people are you going to, how many people are going to view it? How many people are going to just play it? And how many people are actually going to just edit it? Because, in today's world, when we talk about documents, it's no longer like it's no longer a single effort, but a lot of people kind of come in and create or put in efforts in a document to actually take or make value out of it. So yeah, there are a lot more factors which we will be talking about, but if you talk about a good document workflow, it should ideally be something which is like the most minimum possible tools to create your document workflow, ideally one or two. The collaboration should be easy, and it should be interoperable. So it should support a lot of different platforms, and it should be able to be opened on a lot of different platforms as well. So that is something which sets a stand. That these are the points which you might find in a good document workflow. But yeah, all of this aside, what exactly is a document, right? Why are documents even required? And if you see, a document is nothing but a document is just a file on which some kind of data is stored. And this data is usually text data, visual data, sometimes numbers, sometimes, especially nowadays, graphics and images and all of that. And it can also, sometimes you can also store structured data, which is numbers and text coming together in a structured format. So all of these examples are what data in a document looks like. But if you have been in tech for long enough, you also know that all of this data can also be stored in text files or comma separated value files. So what we like to call CSV or TXT files. So why is the whole why do we not use it right now, like TXT and CSV files? Why do we have something completely different right now? And for that, in fact, you'll be surprised that one of the first document types when it comes to history, when we dive into history, one of the first document types to ever exist was the .txt file and the .csv file. So I'm talking about the era before operating systems were introduced. So it was the era of DOS boxes and the era of Unix, right? And people used to use these TXT and CSV files to store data because that was the only efficient method. And it kind of, there was no problem at all, back at that time, cross OS and cross compatibility because, yeah, there were just DOS boxes and Unix. So were the most primitive formats of documents. But eventually, as the tech world grew, people needed more from their documents, and that's why there was a need for more structure, more graphics, and more visual elements in documents. Fonts and text sizes, and a lot of styling. There was a need from a lot of users of all of this in their document, and that's why a lot of people started coming up with a lot of things. Let's say in the late 1970s. So just I've mentioned some of them right there. Just take a snap or a screenshot or whatever. So it was all kind of messy until Microsoft came up with the rich text format in 1987, which kind of changed the whole game back then because it allowed basic formatting like bolds, what we like to call now bolds and italics, and even changing the text size. So and it was cross OS compatible. So that was something that completely changed the document collaboration journey back then. But again, when we talk about the late 90s, 1990s and 95s, Windows kind of became popular, and so did Microsoft Office, which is, by the way, there are no chances that no one would not know Microsoft Office, but Microsoft Office is Windows go-to tools of a set of tools to edit your documents. So Microsoft Office became popular, and Microsoft also shifted from the RTF format to their own proprietary formats, which were not documented, which were closed and only known to Microsoft and its users. And these formats were doc and .xls. So yeah, no documentation for them, and that's why no one else could build or use them unless you had your own copy of Microsoft Office. And it's safe to say that Microsoft pretty much dominated the document editing market in the 90s because even Mac had support for Microsoft Office, and it worked pretty well. So if you had to edit any documents, Microsoft Office was pretty much the standard until Linux was introduced. And when Linux was introduced, it kind of changed the whole game because Linux was introduced, and then there was a huge wave of people wanting to shift to Linux and wanting to use Linux as their daily drivers. And when that happened, these users kind of also felt the need to have document editors in Linux. And while Linux did have their own set of editors in the early stages like Trough, which by the way is still used in man help pages even today, there was the GNU Emacs, there was even something complicated as WordStar, and something called as LaTeX for scientific documents. But all of these were kind of different platforms and different formats, and you couldn't easily use them together or even transfer data from one or the other. And to recognize all of these pain points, the Open Document Foundation came up with, the OSS Foundation came up with the Open Document file format in the early 2000s, which basically promised collaboration and easy document exchange and easy document editing across the Linux ecosystem. It followed a completely different format. It was called the Open Document file format, and so ODT, Open Document Text for text documents, ODS, Open Document Sheets for numbers, and so on. So it kind of promised unity and collaboration in the Linux ecosystem, but when this idea was pitched to Microsoft denied to support all of these formats because they thought of it as not valuable, and that kind of led to a clear gap in the industry in the early from the early 2000s to almost 2010 or the late 2000s. So there was a clear gap in industry where the Linux users and the Linux fanatics always used open software like OpenOffice and I think LibreOffice back then, which followed the ODT document format, right? And on the other side, we had Microsoft Office and Mac users who always preferred Microsoft Office, which had different file formats. Now this was pretty much the same until 2007, and in 2007, Microsoft finally decided to step down from their proprietary format and shift into a more open format, and they came up with OOXML or Open Office XML. Right now, this format was made open by Microsoft, so it was well documented, and Microsoft wanted people to actually build on it because they wanted to just promote their own Microsoft Office. But what actually happened was OXML was adopted by a lot many people in the Linux ecosystem as well, and that's why it kind of became the ISO standard going on later, because it promised collaboration between OSS and between platforms. And if we talk about the Linux world, a lot of editors stuck to the ODT format, while a lot of new editors and a lot of organizations started adopting the OXML format. So that was a little history about how documents evolved and what we have now. So, but I told you about all of this, and I'm sure that you might have this question: why was there never a Microsoft Office on Linux, or why was there never any proprietary software on Linux? And the answer to that is pretty much simple. First of all, when we talk about Linux, since its inception, the number of distros that have been created were exponentially high, and they were not expected. So there were already a lot many distros if we talk about in the late 2000s. So it was kind of difficult for these proprietary softwares to make packages or whole softwares for all of these different distributions. One of the second point, and the second point was high development cost. So Linux users back then, I think, only comprised almost around 10 or 15%. So the high development cost that any organization would have to put in would have never justified the user base that they were going to get. So there were never any efforts from these big companies to have any software on Linux. And the last point is, and I think the most lovely point of all things is, we Linux users love open source a lot. So I don't think we would have let any proprietary tool survive and champion the Linux ecosystem as it is. So yeah, there was a history, and there was some cool facts about how documents evolved. But if we look at the current landscape in the Linux ecosystem, talking about document editing tools, of course, you have the most popular Apache OpenOffice. Apache OpenOffice was the first organization and was the first tool to adopt the open document format, and thus was the first tool to be created. Then we have the most popular tool in open source document collaboration, LibreOffice. Then we have OnlyOffice. These three are pretty much the most popular tools, and we also have some new and upcoming tools. When you talk about document collaboration, we have Collabora and we have Nextcloud Office offered by the engineers in Nextcloud. We'll be talking about all of these in detail in the next slide. So, there are all these tools, but here's the thing. So you only end up using one or maximum two of these tools in your document workflow. And given the abundance of choices that we have, I mean, apart from the choices that I mentioned, there are also a lot more choices that I haven't talked about. But yeah, there are a lot of choices now coming into Linux. And that's why it might sometimes be difficult to make an ideal choice. And that's why I put this comparison table up. and tried these softwares and researched about the software so that you don't have to, and you can make an informed choice. If you look at the comparison table, I've just divided it into 6 comparison factors, starting with supported formats. Now, supported formats is basically what formats it supports, when imported. So when you import documents, what documents does it open, and what documents it can export to. So that's basically what supported formats is. Next, if we talk about native formats, that's basically what's the native format of that tool in which it primitively creates documents. So apart from the import, apart from what formats it can import and export to, this is something which the tool was built on. So if you create any document, it will first be created in this format. So that's what native format means. Next, the next comparison factor is cross-OS compatibility, where I talk about how many platforms it supports and how well it performs on other platforms apart from Linux. The fourth one is, does it have a complete document workflow? Now, document workflow was something interesting I told you in the first slide, which was having, ideally a single 1 or 2 tools from the start of your document to the end. So that's a complete document workflow, which I'll be talking about. And the second last point is self-hosting. So whether or not you can self-host these tools in your own data centers or your own servers. And the last point is, does it survive the AI wave? I think AI has been the buzz for the last 2 years. And I can't just talk enough about it. Everyone knows what AI is and what it does. So it was important for me to just put this point and just see which tools, as of now, support meaningful AI capabilities. So if you look at the table, we have OpenOffice, which has pretty much been around since the inception of Linux, but it pretty much is good and performs well. But if you talk about today, it lacks AI support, so there is no AI features at all built into OpenOffice. And if you talk about supported formats, it does support good legacy formats like Open Document format and the rich text file formats. But when it comes to the newer formats like OpenXML documents, it kind of lacks support there. If you talk about LibreOffice, the most popular tool in open source, again, perfect, but if you talk about AI features, that typically there is no useful AI feature that I saw when I was using LibreOffice. And if you want to self-host LibreOffice, you will only get the editor and not a secure platform or something where you can store your documents to. So you would have to look for different cloud providers to kind of complete your document workflow. Nextcloud Office, again, relatively new, but one of the advantages of Nextcloud Office is that because it's built by Nextcloud, you get the whole Nextcloud stack. So you can self-host, you can store your documents on the Nextcloud file service, and you can edit your documents in Nextcloud Office as well. But it does have its own downsides. So there's no cross-OS compatibility because it's browser-based. So you would only need an internet connection and to open it in your browser. So it does support Android and iOS using Collabora, but that's as an integration and not in its own software. And by the way, Nextcloud and Collabora kind of work together to bring you different features. So there's a marketplace that Nextcloud has where you can find AI integrations. You might find AI integrations, but again, nothing which is very useful as such. You can look around the marketplace and find some integrations, but that's just a hit or a miss. And when we talk about Collabora, it's again limited compatibility when it comes to different platforms. So I think they have introduced a desktop application right now, but it's in its initial stages, and I don't know how stable it is. But again, there's no complete document workflow because it has to be used with Nextcloud. If you want like a complete document workflow, you can create and store your documents. The AI features depend on what integrations the marketplace has to offer, and it's not self-hostable. It has to be again used with Nextcloud. So yeah, there's a lot of dependency, and although these two operate together, it's safe to say that these two tools, as of now at least, cannot be used as a single and the most important tool in your document workflow. So now we saw that although all of these tools are good and people have been using it in the Linux ecosystem for almost the past, I think 15 to 20 years, there are some checkboxes that each of these tools lack, and we just wish that, and people actually need something which, they wish that it just checked all of these boxes, which these tools didn't. And I mean, and that's what we've been, that is something that we have been building at OnlyOffice for the past decade. So if you put OnlyOffice into this picture, so OnlyOffice Docs, which is our set of editors for your documents, you can see it on the right. If you talk about supported formats, OnlyOffice does have the best in class format support. So it supports all the formats, right from rich text format to ODT to more complicated formats like EPUB and OXML. So I think you'll find a huge list on our website on what formats our text editors support. But this was only for text. We have different support for different format and different supports for the spreadsheets as well, and for presentations as well. And the most important point is that OnlyOffice uses the OpenXML format that Microsoft came up with in 2007. So what this does, it eases inter-OS performance. So when you import your document into, let's say Windows, it kind of is identical, and you can work with your document that you created in OnlyOffice in Windows as well. So that's something that OnlyOffice offers. Just to quickly take a look at the time, awesome, 10 minutes remaining. And does offer a complete document workflow, OnlyOffice. So we have OnlyOffice Docs, where you can create your documents, and OnlyOffice Docspace, where you can then store them. It's completely self-hostable, so you can self-host OnlyOffice Docs and OnlyOffice Docspace, and just disconnect from the outer world and just create your own world of digital autonomy. And the last and the most important point, does it survive the AI wave? Well, I'm really proud to say that OnlyOffice has support for almost 10 plus models. So it has support for OpenAI, it has support for Gemini, it has support for Anthropic, and if cloud providers are not your deal, you can also connect your local model. Let's say your language models, just host it on your own machine and connect them to OnlyOffice, and then just use them to generate your answers right away. So yeah, that was something about OnlyOffice, and if you want a screenshot, you can just take it right here. Just highlighted what OnlyOffice does better. Awesome. But all these points I talked about, in the start as well, digital autonomy, digital sovereignty, single tool workflow, and all of that. Why is that even important, and what does it mean? Now, if we talk about digital autonomy is basically the ability to have control over your own data and over your own sets of tools. So it essentially means that you shouldn't be influenced by any other tool or any other technology so that you have to change what you're using, or just because you are using a certain cloud provider, you have to change a certain tool that you're using. So that's basically not having digital autonomy. So what digital autonomy is basically you have the control over your own tools. So you get to choose what you're going to use, you get to choose what you're going to work with, and all of that. And a digital autonomy is highly achieved by self-hosting. And that's something, the self-hosting rule is something that has been coming up in the Europe for the past 2 years now. So everyone has started self-hosting. Government bodies are self-hosting for more privacy and to disconnect from the proprietary clouds and proprietary companies that have been ruling the market since the last 20 years. So yeah, self-hosting is your gateway to digital autonomy. So yeah, now you understand what digital autonomy is and why it is important. And when we talk about single tool workflow, that's basically having a single tool for your document workflow. So from the start to end, it's always better to have a single tool instead of many different tools, because it just eases the whole workflow, just allows you to create and write better, and it also eases the collaboration. So it's ideally recommended and very important to have a single tool workflow for your documents. And yeah, I talked about self-hosting. It's very important to self-host if you are a privacy-focused organization, or if you want more control over your data, or if you want to achieve digital sovereignty. Now, digital sovereignty is a more broader term, which just basically means that you have the control over your entire organization, over your entire data, and over the entire technology that you're using. And by that, I mean that you are not influenced by the decisions of any other regulatory bodies, or any other decision makers, or what the US is doing, or what the leaders are doing. So that's basically digital sovereignty, where you take your own decisions for your organization and you don't have to be influenced by anyone else. So it's basically a chain, right? So if you kind of get into self-hosting, you achieve digital autonomy, and once you achieve digital autonomy, it automatically becomes easier for you to get into digital sovereignty and create a complete sovereign workflow for your entire organization. And the last point, of course, AI, can't never talk enough about it in 2026, but AI is important in document editors. In fact, I think AI is just important in every single thing, because it immediately allows you to just any work, if you consider, even in document, excuse me, even in documents, you can create, edit, or author your documents in a much faster way, and easier, better, and faster. Even in presentations, you can create images, generate images, and all of that. So AI capabilities are important in document editors. Now, I'll take a quick moment to talk about what we've been building at OnlyOffice. I believe I have around 7 minutes. Cool. So first of all, as I said, we've been passionately building an open source document editor for the past decade at OnlyOffice. And we also now have OnlyOffice Docs Space. So what OnlyOffice Docs is it is your set of editors, as I said, for text, spreadsheet, and presentations, PDFs, and more. So the advantage that you get is that it all comes bundled under in a single application. As I said, it has support for a variety of platforms. So right from Linux, from Windows, Mac OS, Android, iOS. You even have the ability to host OnlyOffice on EC2 instances and DigitalOcean droplets, if that's something what you're looking for, and many other lightweight Linux distributions as well, where you might not find these tools that we mentioned and are most popular in the Linux ecosystem. We also have rich developer integration. So in case you want to integrate OnlyOffice into your own web application, let's say a text editor, or let's say a spreadsheet, you can do that as well, because we have our own set of APIs and developer integrations for developers to integrate OnlyOffice into their own software. That's OnlyOffice Docs, Next up, we have OnlyOffice Docspace. Now, OnlyOffice Docs and OnlyOffice Docspace kind of allow you to create your entire document workflow using a single tool. Now, Docspace is more of a room-like structure, so it's like a file storing tool with a room-like structure where you can put in your files, create rooms, add in different people into these rooms, set different permissions for these rooms. You have highly secure rooms, privacy-focused rooms, you have form-filling rooms. So in case there's a form that you want be filled from a lot of people, you can add all of these people into that room, and then all of these people can access that form in that particular room, and it also helps you store your documents in a more secure way. Both of them, again, are self-hostable. As I said, yep, self-hostable. We allow self-hosting for OnlyOffice docs and OnlyOffice doc space. So it can either be in your own server or in the data center of your choice. So that's about self-hosting. When we talk about AI, there have been a lot of concerns about privacy and security because all the data kind of goes to the cloud and all of that. So what we have done at OnlyOffice is that we've not connected any any AI tools or any AI agents by default. So you get to choose from an array of different models, as I said, Anthropic, Gemini, OpenAI, or even connect your local model if you just don't want to send your data to the clouds altogether. And we also take security very seriously at OnlyOffice and comply with a lot of security standards, starting with the medical, HIPAA certification, which is required in medical organizations. We have the GDPR, we are ISO compliant, we have the HDS certification. There's a lot more about security in OnlyOffice, which you can check out by scanning the QR code right there at the bottom. So I'll give you a moment for that. Awesome. And yeah, I mean, I don't think I need to mention this separately, but OnlyOffice is indeed an open source software available under the AGPL 3.0 license. All the source code is something you can find readily available on GitHub if you scan that QR code right there on the right side. So yeah, that was about the whole talk. So just to quickly summarize, we first saw what document workflows mean, what documents are, just quickly dove into the history of these documents. Then we saw the options that we have. We looked at what each of these options lack, and I then eventually showed you what we've been building at OnlyOffice and how you can use it as your next document editing tool, not only for as a personal use because it's always free to use, but also for your organizations in a more enterprise level. And if you're wondering about contributions, well, yes, we are open for contributions. We require, we need efforts in multiple sectors, translations, writing, technical, authoring, all of that. So if you are interested to contribute to this initiative, you can just drop us a mail at marketing@onlyoffice.com and we can take it from there. So yeah, that was about the whole talk. And although it was sudden and I had to present it live, I think I did a pretty good job, but we'll come to the Q&A. You guys have been a wonderful audience for the people who've been attending online and the people who are sitting there right now in Tokyo. Thank you for attending, and yeah, let's do some questions. But before I stop speaking, on the left is the QR so that you can just scan and check more about what OnlyOffice is. It takes you to the website, and on the right is where you can connect with me. You can just drop a hi, or if you have any questions about my talk, you can just reach out and all of that. So yeah, that was about the whole talk. Thank you for attending, and yeah, let's do some questions. Thank you.
Hi, thanks. Thank you, Ishan, for your talk.
Yeah,
I don't
finished
think
pretty
we
on time,
have,
right?
no, we are a few minutes late. So we will take questions in the chat instead. But yes, thank you so much.
Awesome. If anyone has like a question in the room, we can maybe do one question.
Sorry, no, we have to move on to the next talk. We are 8 minutes over.
All right. No worries, guys. Thank you. Thanks a lot. We'll take the questions in the chat. I'll be on the Telegram chat to answer all your questions.
Of course. Thank you so much, Ishan. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Okay. Next up, lightning talks. Okay. Next up, we have all of the lightning talks, which are in the other room.
No, here.
This room. Okay. Okay. So first, we have empowering local communities through Linux OS, building an inclusive open source ecosystem from Indonesia. It's by Harry. So yes.
morning, good afternoon, or evening, everyone. It's true honor to be speaking at the GNOME.Asia Summit 125 here today. My name is Harry LBI, and I'm the project manager from GNOME.OS, and I'm thrilled to be here to share our journey from Indonesia. Our project is about more than just a software. It's about empowering local community through GNOME.OS and building a truly inclusive open source ecosystem. A bit about my background: I'm a student at Dianus University, Brunei. I'm the project manager for GNOME.OS, which is housed under the Linux open source community, or calling.com. You can connect with me on LinkedIn using the URL and connect with my GitHub. And this I'm introducing what is DOSCOM. DOSCOM is not just a community, it's an incubator. Our vision to inclusive deep open source culture right here in Central Java and Indonesia, starting with our university student. GNOME.OS is the result of the vision. The most unique fact is this entire distribution in GNOME.OS is 100% built by our student, including freshmen too. This commitment means we are building tomorrow open source developer today. So, what is GNOME.OS? We are local Indonesian distribution focused on ease of use and providing practically solution for education and work. Our crucial point is our target audience. We are a friendly gateway to Linux for newcomers. We exist to serve beginner user and those who are newly migrating to the world of Linux. And our journey started back in 2009. We began on Ubuntu base, focusing on stability for early adoption, wafer to stay cutting edge and gain full control over our package. We recently completed a significant evolution migration to Arch Linux. This shows our long-term commitment to innovation. And our focus is a local Indonesian Linux distribution. Primary target is a beginner user or just newly migration to Linux. This is a focus of Linux. And why we migrate from Ubuntu to Arch? First, the rolling release model gives us the latest software quickly, essentially for our student developer. And second, the flexibility allow us to fully optimize the system for specific local need. And finally, provide a much deeper skill development pathway for our student team. And with Linux, offering number one, offering a Linux environment with a comfortable mix of them. Number two, making the hardest and most complex stage in Linux the installation path easier. And number three, specific documentation regarding Linux and is the best practice. And number four, ideal for everyone from beginner to advanced user. And number five, what you need is what you get. And our biggest recent innovation is the T installer. What is the installer? The installer is custom built and its core logic is written in Rust. Why Rust? Its quantity amply memory safe safety and speed in critical disk operation. This means a fast, reliable, and secure installation. With its massive confidence booster for beginner, furthermore, if feature and offline installer critical for area in Indonesia with limited internet access. And the installers is offer flexibility through three schema. Is for dedicated user. The manually option for advanced user will need full control, but the most important feature for our target audience is dual boot. This seamless integration is new user can explore Linux without having to sacrifice their existing operating system, making the transition is virtually risk-free. And one of the feature and it installer this can is for user who wish to install only Linux OS on the machine, utilizing the entire disk and ensure a straightforward and dedicated Linux experience without any dual boot complexity. This point is he using full Linux OS. And we have the innovation. This same allow this dual boot. This same allow user to install Linux OS alongside their existing OS like Windows or another Linux distribution. User can easily select the preferred OS at startup, offering a low risk environment perfect for beginner transition to Linux. And we have a manual boot. This same is for advanced user who require full granular control over disk partitioning and installation. It enables highly customized and expert level configuration. We have two graphical user interface. We have a Cosmic and KDE Plasma. Thank you for the this GNOME.Asia Summit is a wonderful testament to collaborative spirit of FOSS. We invite you to try Linux OS and support our local ecosystem. If you are a developer, we especially urge you to collaborate on our Rust installer and community tooling project. Let's continue building this inclusive open source future together. Thank you for making GNOME.Asia Summit 225 a reality. If you have any question, I will yes, do you have any question? Thank you.
Is by sorry, this thing is not loading. I can't see it. Do you have it? Scaling Small Contributions by Utsav Bhattarai. Okay. Yes. Go ahead. Utsav. Yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm audible, right? So, I am Saf from GNOME, Nepal. Today I want to talk about something that often overlooked in open source, that is how small contribution quietly powers the entire ecosystem. So let's get started. So just a quick intro about myself. I am a full stack web developer and an undergrad engineering student from Nepal, and I contribute to GNOME Nepal as a Git maintainer. And I was also a part of organizing team for GNOME.Asia 2025. My journey with GNOME didn't start with the big feature or massive uh, things. It started very small, and that idea connects directly to the talks. So this talk is part of six topic, and at the first that is introduction, and then the data behind small patches, and then high impact micro contribution, and why, and after that why GNOME scales small contributions so well. And we move to my personal journey, and we end this talk by a closing slide. So let's move to our introduction part. When people think about open source, they usually imagine big features or major technical changes, but GNOME actually grows something much simpler, small, and everyday fixes. Tiny patches fix bugs, polish interface, and improve accessibility. And these changes are also easiest way for a newcomer to get started. One small step may not feel important, but when thousands of people start doing this, the impact becomes huge. This idea sounds nice, but it is even more interesting when we look at the data behind it, which support this fact. So let's see the data behind small patches. We start with the global open source project, and then we move to our GNOME side, GNOME project. We take example of GNOME Control Center, also known as settings. Across open source, study shows that the median commit size is around 16 line of codes, and that means half of all commits are smaller than that. In Linux kernel, which has more than 1.3 million commits, the median size is just 14 lines, and 40% of such commits are 10 lines or fewer. So globally, most progress doesn't gain from giant commits; it comes from small and focused changes. So where does GNOME fit in this place? So let's move to our GNOME Control Center. GNOME Control Center is a large codebase project with a thousands lines of commits. There is no published breakdown of commits. This is my own research part. But based on commit script and maintainer experience, the pattern is clear. Most GNOME fixes are small and often under 10 lines. GNOME follows the same global trend. Many tiny commits and very massive few, many tiny commits and very few massive ones. So let's move to our next slide. That is high impact micro contribution. So these small changes are very powerful, and let's take one examples. One or two line of accessibility tweak can make a feature easier to find, and a small internationalization fix can unlock GNOME for users around the world. And a small UI change like spacing, wording can significantly improve usability. Even no code actions matters. Reviews, guidance, and helping someone who land their first merge request all make a big difference. Let's move to why GNOME scales this type of small contribution so well. So GNOME is designed to scale these small efforts. Uh, GNOME scales this contribution by the four pillars, that is the pipeline, welcoming community, modular architecture, and rigorous review. So CI/CD pipeline makes even tiny paths safe and reliable. Modular architecture means one fix can improve multiple application. The review process keeps quality high without slowing contribution down, and the community is welcoming. Sometimes a quick emoji from a maintainer is enough to tell you that your work matters. So let's move to my own personal journey that affect this talk. So in 2023, I started as a volunteer at GNOME.Asia Summit 2023, and in the later on, after the successful completion of GNOME.Asia Summit in Nepal, a community was formed that is called GNOME Nepal. I became a core contributor and received a support funded trip to GNOME.Asia Summit 2024 in Bangalore. And then in 2025, I helped organize Ubicon Asia in Nepal. And today I am standing here as a speaker at GNOME.Asia Summit 2025 in Japan. None of this came from a big contribution, and it came from a very small one. So let's move to our closing slide. When you look closely at the how GNOME really grows, progress doesn't come from few huge moments. It comes from a lot of small actions, time fixes, small improvement, and quick review. People showing up completely. These small contributions are easy to start with, but over time they scale to real impact both for a project and for the people involved. We do not need to start something big. Start small, start involved, stay involved, and let the ecosystem help your impact grow. Thank you. Thank you for attending the event and listening this talk. And it is a contact info for the connection. Any question?
We can't take questions for lightning talks, but maybe on the chat, if there are any questions, you can ask there, answer there. Yeah. Thank you so much, Utsav. Okay, now we have the last lightning talk for the day, which is digital outreach for open source, social media content and community building by Rabina Karki.
So, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are. Yeah.
Okay.
We can't see
Just
you.
give me
You're
a minute.
audible.
Just give me a minute.
Yeah.
Can you see me right now?
Yes, yes, we can see you.
Okay, so hi everyone. So namaste, and I'm Ravina Karki from Nepal. And in this lightning talk, I zoom in one of my piece of my journey. So how we can use digital outreach, social media, content in online speech to help our open source project reach the people who need them and turn casual followers into the active community member. Okay, so open source, we talk a lot about open source, but open source is full of amazing projects that almost nobody knows about. Good code is necessary, but not only enough. People discover projects through what they see in their feeds, search results, and also in their communities. Digital outreach is how we move from like a repo into a GitHub, a project talk about, we use and also recommend. It connects our work to real user, contributor, and even sponsors. Let's talk about social media. So social media work best, but when it is focused and intentional, we have to pick one or two channels where our audience actually hang out. That may be Twitter or Mastodon for developers, maybe Facebook or Instagram for local communities where your audience are active. Use them to share release, small wins, screenshot, and also shout outs to the contributors. Instead of just saying star my repo or keep the tone welcoming, inclusive and in line with your project code of conduct. So people also feel safe engaging. So we also talk a lot about content, but how the content helps. So the most effective outreach content is helpful, not only hype. Short tutorial, but how we build it, blog post, and also quick demo videos, like solving real world problem for people and also giving them a reasons to care about your project. You don't need to create everything from scratch. One blog post can become a tweet phrase, a short video, and also a newsletter snippet. Also, highlight people that may be contributors, also having local meetups, and also success stories that makes the project feel human and welcoming. So let's talk about from the followers how we can make a community. Likes and follows are nice. We always talk about likes, how many followers we do have, but the real goal is about community. Give people a role, maybe a matrix or a Discord server, discourse forum, or GitHub discussion also. Then create a simple rituals like monthly office hours, small online meetup, and many more. So finally, make it very easy for new people to join and also have a conversation and discussion. Pin or start here post link so that the beginner friendly issue will be solved, and also explain how non-code contributors can also come and join. So let's start small. You do not need to have a huge strategy to begin. You can pick one small project, one main channel, and also a content series. For example, a weekly features Friday, or a post, or also maybe a monthly contributor spotlight. Watch how people respond, comment, and also join the chat. First time pull requests maybe, and adjust based on what works, and remember that your post might be the reason someone gets curiosity about a theme or another topic, to making it also the very first contribution. So that is the most powerful kind of the outreach. So yeah, that's all about me and my content. So thank you so much for having me today. It was really a pleasure to be a part of GNOME.Asia Summit. So if you have any questions or like to have more conversation, then please feel free to reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you. We can have the questions in the chat. And now we move on to the sorry, but thank you so much, Rabina. Oh, she left. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. This was the last talk of the day. Now we go to the other room for the closing session. And yeah, I'll see you all in that room then. Thank you.